Chapter 1165. Fan Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation. She had had enough of Yi Fan. His undisguised mockery and provocation made her want to stamp her shoe on his face. However, no matter how angry she was, it was useless. The experts of the Brahmin race stopped her, and it was impossible for her to enter. After Yi Fan saw her, he loudly mocked her, making her so angry that she could only hide her anger. I was just joking. Since you rushed over so impatiently, could it be that you want to use force on me? Surnamed Yi, don't be so arrogant. You aren't as important to us as you think. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Veins popped out on Fan Xian's forehead. You're angry out of humiliation. Don't tell me you want to use force on me, but even if that's the case, I won't let you get what you want. Yi Fan laughed loudly, completely unrestrained. This brat is too savage. I really want to beat him to death. The few youngsters who accompanied Fan Xian clenched their fists. Yi Fan's mouth was extremely despicable, and he didn't stop nagging. Every word was enough to make others stomp their feet, yet he didn't seem to realize it and acted as if he didn't care at all. Fan Xian was so angry that she screamed, "Soak him in the lunar death water and peel off a layer of his skin. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." The experts guarding this place looked at each other in dismay. The young miss had truly been provoked, and she was flustered and exasperated like this. It was rare to see her like this after so many years. Do as Miss Fan says. Soak him in the lunar death water and make him shut his mouth. A man with some authority spoke. No, the higher-ups won't allow that. An old man shook his head. It doesn't matter. Since he doesn't want to cooperate, we can directly extract his blood and refine his genes. We can directly interfere and promote the birth of the next generation of the indestructible golden body. Right now, they didn't have much hope. Yi Fan was clearly unmoved by force or persuasion, so they might as well directly extract his divine gene imprint and artificially create a second generation. Life is the greatest miracle in the world. We can replicate an exact copy of the indestructible golden body, but we can't maintain that kind of divinity. You and I both know that the next generation of the golden body that is born naturally is the most powerful. It's better not to use extreme methods. The old man retorted. The Brahmin race really couldn't stand Yi Fan. His mouth was so venomous that all sorts of medicinal substances had no effect on him. Whether it was the women who had been sent over or the Brahmin immortal who had come to teach him a lesson, he had ridiculed them all. Even someone as strong-willed as Fan Xian had flipped out and shouted several times that she wanted to castrate him. The most beautiful woman in this star region had said such crude words, so it was easy to imagine what kind of stimulation she had gone through. Beauty, you're the one who said those words. Did I hear wrongly? Such vulgar words coming out of your mouth. Should I say that this is your nature, or that you're vaguely looking forward to it? Kill this bastard. I've had enough of him. Fan Xian was so angry that her beautiful body was trembling. The Brahmin race was starting to consider using force to obtain the blood and genes to extract what they needed. However, they would definitely have to ask the saints for help. Wait. In the end, Fan Xian stopped them again. She was truly angered badly. She felt that doing this wouldn't appease her anger at all, so she thought of an extremely abnormal idea. Didn't we capture a rarely seen devil emperor ape in the starry sky? Lock her up with this brat. The Brahmin race's people were stupefied. They knew that Fan Xian was truly angered badly. She couldn't bear it any longer and wanted revenge. The Devil Emperor Ape was a type of extremely evil, and obscene creature. They lost 2 half-saints before capturing it. Its genes were incomparably terrifying. They had always considered extracting it for research, but they hadn't taken action yet. The Devil Emperor Ape likes strong and robust men. Now fulfill her wish, Fan Xian said. Yi Fan was stunned. He realized that he could offend anyone but this woman. If he truly angered them, they would do anything. Ow ho! That was a giant devil emperor ape covered in black fur that reached a foot in length. It was 6 zhang tall, and its bloody mouth was wide open. Drool dripped down continuously, truly making one feel nauseous. Use the divine laws of the great Tao to completely suppress him. Make him lose the ability to move and help the devil emperor ape, Fan Xian said sinisterly. She then turned around and left. She was a woman after all, so she didn't dare to truly watch. You're a freak. Yi Fan knew that he couldn't take it anymore. He prepared to break out of prison. If this continued, he felt as if all of his goosebumps were going to fall onto the ground. A cauldron rushed out from between Yi Fan's brows. The source energy of all life descended, able to collapse the void of the universe. The giant black ape's bones were immediately smashed apart, and it flew outwards. What? This is the source energy of all life. Heavens, this type of rarely seen immortal material can be used to forge divine mechas. It's matchless and unrivaled, yet he actually has it in his hands. The Brahmin race was in chaos. Those who were watching over Yi Fan were all shocked. They quickly hurried over to report. This matter was too important. Yi Fan wanted to break out of prison, startling all of the experts in this region. They hurried over together, activating the divine patterns of the great Tao to stop him. Don't worry, even a true saint can't break out. This is where saints are imprisoned to begin with, so there's no need for everyone to worry. Someone said, "You have the source energy of all life on you?" Fan Xian heard the news. When she hurried over, she was stunned. At first, the heavens didn't want to completely offend Yi Fan. That ancient saint didn't search him for the secret treasures of various sects, and only wanted to use a few of his family's beauties to get close to him. After that, it was just a romantic affair, and it couldn't be considered a grudge. Now, they were a bit regretful. The value of something like the source energy of all life was too high, and it was worth taking action. Golden blood, source energy of all life, all of this is too fantastical, all concentrated on a single person. An intense tremor sounded. Everyone discovered that the source energy of all life wrapped around a green hazy object. It smashed into the ancient saint symbols, and many ancient traces were erased. Not good, he might escape. We need to report this to the ancestral saint. The green copper was extremely sturdy. Even though there was nothing worth its revival, it merged with the all-life source cauldron, and when it was used to smash things, it was absolutely unstoppable. What it lacked was magical force, but a portion of it was replenished by the source energy cauldron. Long. The ancient saint's great prison split apart, and streak after streak of cracks appeared. All types of symbols were erased, and Yi Fan was about to rush out. Ancestral saint, please come out of isolation. Someone shouted loudly, going to invite Fan Yuntong. Suddenly, all types of colored light flew out. Everyone felt as if the world was spinning. This was something that flew out from the black prison, and it was everywhere. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Close all of the pores on your body, and don't use your divine senses. This is a holy medicine that stimulates the primordial beast instincts, and it has leaked out from the prison. Someone shouted loudly, and his expression was one of panic. During these days, for the sake of dealing with Yi Fan, they piled up all types of holy medicines in the great prison. These things could not only attack one's physical body, but they could also corrode one's divine senses. They could turn into light, and they were everywhere. These were holy medicines, refined by medicine saints who understood ancient medicine refinement techniques. They were the most terrifying. Dong. Yi Fan blasted open the great formation, successfully breaking out of the prison. All types of light mists flew out, submerging this region. No one could hide because who could instantly move faster than light? Ho! Many people's eyes became red, releasing roars that were full of wildness. This was the return of their bestial nature. There were some who couldn't help but start a slaughter, and there were others who were full of bestial desires. This place became incomparably terrifying. Killing intent rushed into the heavens, and everything was in chaos. The Fan clan suffered the consequences of their own actions, absorbing this type of holy medicine. Didn't you want to deal with me? Yi Fan looked at Fan Xian, who was like a crane among chickens. She was slender and elegant, her ivory white body dyed in a layer of pink. The medicinal effects aren't enough. Give me a bit more. Yi Fan grabbed a handful of holy medicines, scattering them all over her body. Ah! Fan Xian's screams were accompanied by a type of hurried breathing. It was a bit high-pitched, and it shook one's soul. Fan Xian's figure was tall and straight, her beautiful legs turning from pure white to pink. She almost fell weakly onto the ground, and her entire body became incomparably hazy. You dare! Yi Fan roared with laughter. He didn't care about anything else, rushing forward and slaughtering his way over. All types of holy medicines were being tossed about, And then this place became completely chaotic. Everyone went crazy. You dare. Fan Yuntong arrived. A saint could travel thousands of li in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes and broke out of seclusion, he naturally arrived in an instant. Boom! A beam of heaven-overflowing holy might descended, heading towards Yi Fan. Fan Yuntong was truly angered badly. What had the heavens become now? Their bestial nature had returned, and there was going to be great chaos soon. All of this started because of this brat. He was the one who spread the holy medicine everywhere. He was simply a scoundrel who burned, killed and plundered, committing all kinds of crimes. Yi Fan hadn't killed anyone yet, and was only giving them a taste of their own medicine. However, the consequences were even more severe. That devil emperor ape howled loudly, chasing after several half-saints. Its eyes were all red. Yi Fan naturally found it extremely strenuous to resist the holy might. His entire body burned with golden blood energy, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He felt that the situation was far from reassuring. Under the pressure of the holy might, his body had no choice but to resist with all its strength. The holy medicine turned into light and mist, and it was effective against him. At this moment, he had no time to refine it. The various experts of the Fan clan went crazy. The prison was in a state of chaos, and bestial nature, slaughter, and instincts all interweaved together. I'm going to kill you! Fan Xian shouted loudly. Her full and towering chest heaved up and down, almost bursting through the bindings of her tight clothes. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent, and she was gasping for breath. She still had a bit of rationality left. When she saw Yi Fan, she immediately attacked. However, it was completely useless, and she couldn't move the holy physique at all. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He wanted to kill her, and with a tap of his finger, a bloody mark appeared on her snow-white neck even from far away. However, he immediately released a muffled groan. Holy might covered the sky and earth from the heavens. Fan Yuntong's expression was cold as he slaughtered his way down, wanting to quickly quell the chaos. Another wave of holy might appeared, meeting Fan Yuntong head-on. It sent him flying and blocked his path. Why aren't you leaving yet? Qi Yaoguang arrived and shouted at Yi Fan. During these days, he had always been lingering outside the heavens, and now he appeared to help. Yi Fan nodded and turned around to leave. He quickly laid down the chessboard formation platform and walked inside. At this time, his divine sense was also a bit scattered, and his vision was no longer clear. He was also affected by all kinds of light mist while fighting against a saint. Behind him, Fan Xian's body had long since become weak. Her breath smelled like orchids, and many multicolored clouds appeared on her pure white body. She had completely lost herself, and she instinctively shouted, "I'm going to kill you!" She entered the realm gate and weakly attacked. Chapter 1166. I'm going to kill you. Hurried words and a powerless voice came from behind, accompanied by a breath that smelled like orchid. Yi Fan turned around and Fan Xian followed closely behind. She aimed her palm at his back, but how could she injure the indestructible golden body? They arrived at the star domain. The chessboard platform was connected to the outer space, far away from the battlefield of the heavens. All the clamor and sounds of fighting could no longer be heard. Fan Xian was tall and slender. Her hair was smooth and silky, and her body was sparkling. Her eyes were hazy and her long eyelashes were trembling. Although she was lost, she still maintained her usual train of thought. Surnamed Yi. I'm going to demote you to a slave and make you the lowliest servant. Even the ancestral saint won't be able to forgive you. Her thoughts were in chaos and she couldn't control them at all. The resentment in her heart erupted. Her slender arms flickered with a bewitching luster as her slender fingers streaked past, aiming for Yi Fan's temple. Yi Fan's divine sense was also scattered, and his thoughts were unclear. However, his eyes still flashed with a cold light as he turned around. His golden blood energy surged and blasted Fan Xian away. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and her face was pale. She almost lost her life. You dare! The realm gate hadn't disappeared yet. Saint Fan Yuntong had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. He saw this scene through the spatial passage and attacked with a peerless attack. This was the fluctuation of a saint. Yi Fan suffered a heavy blow while he was in a daze. His body was flung away, and a vast amount of magical power pressed down on him. Old ghost. Qi Yaoguang's expression changed. He quickly blocked the ancient saint of the heavens and fought with him. The realm gate that cut off the path ahead dimmed and disappeared immediately, isolating heaven and earth. Starlight sprinkled down, and specks of light appeared in the darkness. Fan Xian was like an exquisite work of art. Her entire body was translucent, and her skin and bones were jade-like. However, at this moment, she was stained with strands of scarlet light. She was tall and slender compared to ordinary women. Her body was built according to the golden ratio as if it was carved out of warm jade. At this moment, she was in a trance. I won't rest until you die. You'll become my slave. She lost her ability to think normally, and an instinctive anger drove her to attack Yi Fan, spilling out many of the words in her heart. You lowly ascetic cultivator. You've provoked me time and time again. How hateful. I will use the cruelest methods to torture you, to make you understand what reason and law are. Her body moved up and down gracefully, curvaceous in all the right places. There was a hint of red in her snow-white skin, and there was a luster in her translucent skin. She stepped forward with her long white legs, aiming for the top of Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan let out a low roar and swung his fist out of instinct, releasing a blazing light. His physical strength was so great that he could fight against a saint. Pooh! There was only a flash of bloody light, and that body turned into a bloody mist. It was killed on the spot, and the light slowly dissipated. What? Inside the heavenly hall, Fan Yuntong was startled. He felt a chill as he growled, You actually killed my direct descendant. Fan Xian and Fan Tian were the two people his clan valued the most. They had spent a great deal of effort to nurture them because their bloodlines were very pure. Perhaps there would be a day when they could revive the blood of deities. I hope the death substitution talisman left behind by an ancient deity can save her life. Fan Yuntong's face was gloomy. He fought Qi Yaoguang while killing his way to outer space to save Fan Xian. Bloody mist curled up in outer space. With a flash of misty splendor, a delicate jade-like body that seemed to be carved out of ivory appeared. All of the bloody mist and light flowed back in reverse. It was incomparably mysterious. Surnamed Yi. Fan Xian let out a resounding scream. She was momentarily clear-headed, but as the light of the holy medicine circulated, her large eyes became blurry and no longer as clear. At this time, she wasn't touched at all. Her body was slender and snow-white like jade. Her hair was scattered, and her eyes were very bewitching. She instinctively launched an attack against Yi Fan. Puh! However, what awaited her was only a golden finger radiance. It shattered her perfect body, and she turned into a bloody mist amidst the intense pain. This ascetic is really ruthless. Within the heavenly hall, Fan Yuntong's expression changed once again. He had bestowed the death substitution talismans left behind by the ancient deities, so he could sense them all. Fan Xian was one of the top beauties in this star field. She and Qi Meng were known as the twin peerless geniuses. Who would have thought that she would be mercilessly killed by Yi Fan? Moreover, she was under the influence of the holy medicine. Even her instincts couldn't control her killing intent. A terrifying beam of light flew out from the heavenly hall and slashed towards outer space. Fan Yuntong had deduced Yi Fan's position and launched a long-range attack. Yi Fan's body shook violently. A sudden beam of holy light swept over him. If not for his indestructible golden body, he would have been smashed to pieces and his soul scattered. No half-saint could withstand an attack from an ancient saint. He had been attacked by a saint in succession. Although he was strong enough and didn't die, his blood and aura were in chaos. He couldn't purify the holy medicine, and his mind became even more unclear. Puh! A bloody light flashed. Yi Fan had already killed Fan Xian 4 times. The death substitution talismans left behind by the ancient deities were all cracked and couldn't be used again. Ah, you lowly ascetic cultivator, you actually killed me so many times. Fan Xian was indignant and cried out in alarm. Every time she recovered, she would have a brief moment of clarity. She was so angry that her delicate body was trembling. Afterwards, she would become even more confused every time because the holy medicine's light would flow back and reconstruct her body, completely merging into her blood. Her body was beautiful to the extreme. Every inch of it was white and full of luster. It was the work of the gods. It was a perfect masterpiece. She had a peerless face, a swan-like neck, a towering chest, a small waist, and a slender white and beautiful legs. When combined together, she was incomparably graceful and moving. Yi Fan killed Fan Xian 5 times in total. The 6th time didn't happen. After the two of them rushed together, a charming scene appeared. Their primal instincts won over their respective hatred and other factors. The holy medicine was completely activated. It couldn't be expelled or purified, affecting their bodies and minds. The two of them were entangled together. Lowly slave, I'm going to crush you under my feet forever. What most resplendent and beautiful pearl. I don't see you being any more noble than that. Specks of auspicious light flickered under the starry sky. The two bodies were entangled together. When their primal instincts flared up, in their final moments of clarity, the two of them slandered each other. One of them had a bronze body, sturdy. The other was spotlessly white like ivory, slender and wonderful. They violently twisted about like two snakes coiling around each other. This was a type of primal desire. It was a scene that would make one's face blush and heart beat wildly. The medicine refined by the ancient sage finally displayed its effects. It was unstoppable. Clear and cold star splendor. The boundless cosmos. This vast and spacious void could contain everything. There was no sound, and it was so quiet that it made one feel lonely. Yi Fan and Fan Xian didn't know where they were. Their blood was boiling, and after being dominated by a primal instinct, they lost themselves. That last bit of clarity completely disappeared. 10,000 strands of star splendor. The eternal cosmos. In this boundless starry domain, an individual was as insignificant as a speck of dust, not worth much. The bronze power, the pure white sparkling beauty, the two slender bodies, and the fluctuations of divine sense. It was incomparably charming. The primal instinct, the sea of desire, the scene of blood vessels surging, all of this interweaved together to form a hazy scene of amorous feelings. Fan Yuntong and Qi Yaoguang fought, and they finally fought their way into outer space. Wherever they passed, meteors turned to ash, and beams of light shot out in 10,000 strands. Nothing could obstruct their footwork. Fan Xian had a high status in the heavens, and was nurtured as an inheritor. But now, she had already died 5 times, and even the ancient deity's puppet death substitution talisman had been completely destroyed. Fan Yuntong had lost contact with her, and this made him very uneasy. He didn't know how she was right now. Old ghost, you robbed my race's mothership and refined the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. I've long since wanted to settle accounts with you. Qi Yaoguang blocked his way, not giving him a chance to rescue her. The battle continued. After an unknown amount of time, Fan Yuntong didn't hold any hope. They had fought for more than 2 hours, and he believed that Fan Xian had already died several times during this long period of time. This brat really is vicious, even treating my Fan clan's immortal beads like plants, willing to take action. He's worse than a beast. He was furious. In the end, they finally fought their way into this star domain. Fan Yuntong was the first to notice that something was wrong. He laughed coldly and said, "Old ghost, your wishful thinking actually came true. You want to raise the next generation of golden bodies?" Fan Yuntong's expression was also strange. He didn't expect to run into this scene in outer space. His expression wasn't that good, but he finally understood what was going on. This was the effect of the divine medicine. Before this, his great-great-granddaughter had already been killed 5 times. This was truly abnormal. If the two of them were clear-headed, Fan Xian would definitely be dead. Starlight flowed like water. Yi Fan and Fan Xian revived. When they understood each other's state, they both stared blankly, and then began to struggle intensely. Ah! Fan Xian's divine sense fluctuations were sharp and ear-piercing. She was so angry that her teeth hurt, and her internal organs were burning. However, at this time, she didn't have a trace of strength left. She couldn't change anything at all. Her snow-white body was flushed red. She was so angry she wanted to scream out, but she was weak and powerless. "You!" Her face alternated between green and white. She used the last of her strength to push Yi Fan away. She pulled out a blue dress and wrapped it around her jade-like body. Then, she quickly moved several hundred zhang away. "Your Brahmin race is truly despicable," Yi Fan said. He put on a long robe and then took out an ancient mecha. He was ready for battle because he sensed that Fan Yuntong and Qi Yaoguang had arrived. Fan Xian almost fainted from anger after hearing these words. Several black lines were lightly throbbing on her sparkling white forehead. She pointed at Yi Fan but couldn't say anything. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and spat out a few words. Surnamed Yi, bastard from outer space, I'm not done with you. The two saints arrived and took action to separate them, each protecting one of them. Fan Yuntong's face was gloomy. A large black hand reached out and slapped toward Yi Fan. Qi Yaoguang laughed loudly and met his palm. Old ghost, you've suffered a double loss. It seems you didn't get anything. The golden body descendant plan has failed. Fan Yuntong became even more furious after hearing these words. He attacked crazily while Fan Xian, who was not far away, clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were spitting fire as she wanted to smash that disrespectful old bastard to pieces. Of course, if glances could kill, Yi Fan would have been the first to bear the brunt of it. He would have died over 10,000 times already. Qi Yaoguang laughed and said, "Let's call it a day for today. We'll talk about it after you've calmed down. Do you want this little fellow cultivator to marry into your family and continue to complete the indestructible golden body plan, or do you want to kill him? You can decide after you've calmed down. I'll leave with him." With a flash of light, the two disappeared without a trace. In the sky, only the ashen-faced Fan Yuntong and the rosy Fan Xian were left. Chapter 1167. Under the dazzling starry sky, Fan Xian screamed, but there was nothing he could do. Fan Xian's face alternated between red and white, but he could not change anything. Fan Yuntong wanted to chase and kill, but he held back his anger. If he dared to do this to the Qi clan, Qi Yaoguang would definitely destroy the heavenly hall. Light showered down, and Yi Fan and Qi Yaoguang arrived at the immortal feather planet. They were extremely fast, and along the way, the Qi clan saints were all in a good mood. "Hey, kid, why aren't you saying anything? You took advantage of me, and now you're a saint?" The old man was not serious. "You're the saint," Yi Fan said. Thinking about what had just happened, he felt a headache coming on. "Young people are so lucky. You're so much better than I was back in the day. You're so decisive." Qi Yaoguang laughed. "You old man, you're so disrespectful." Yi Fan rubbed his temples. He had cultivated many meridians, and his Shen Kung Fu was connected to the gods. Now that he had completed the 9 transformations, all the side effects were gone. "Hey, little friend, don't say that. That was a celestial flower from the starfield, and it was stuck in a pile of cow dung like you. TSK. Really?" The old man's words were not kind. Yi Fan really wanted to step on him. He gave him the back of his head and began to think about what to do next. Qi Yaoguang obviously felt that it was easy to talk. He said, "Hey, young man, don't act like you have a deep grudge. It's not like we're taking advantage of each other. After all, you have an indestructible golden body, and you're worth paying for." Black lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead. He glanced sideways at him and said, "Since you say so, I think Miss Qi Meng is not bad." Qi Yaoguang immediately stopped and warned him not to have any bad ideas. Otherwise, the whole world would hunt him down. At the same time, he did not dare to continue teasing him. "Senior, I'm serious." It was Yi Fan's turn to tease him. "Go away," Qi Yaoguang said. "If you piss me off, I'll destroy your corpse and get rid of you. I don't care if you have a golden body or a holy body." The Qi clan was located in a primitive mountain range. Below it was a city, and above it was a divine island that floated in the sky. It was densely dotted with stars, and it looked very spectacular. This was the first time that Yi Fan had entered as a guest. This time, he received a grand reception. With their ancestral sage accompanying him, naturally, no one dared to find fault with him. Yi Fan felt a sense of vicissitudes and grandeur as he ascended a floating ancient city. This was the place where the supreme immortal physique had secluded himself in the past. Now, it had become a sacred ancient land that even saints had to revere. The bluestone slabs on the street were filled with potholes from the passage of time. As he walked on them, the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the ages. Yi Fan's heart was clear, and he found a rare moment of peace in this place. Qi Yaoguang was very cunning and naturally wanted to obtain the indestructible golden blood, but he did not force it. Instead, he took great care of Yi Fan and did not force him. "Old ancestor," he killed Qi Yun. "Are we really going to let this matter rest?" Someone asked unwillingly. Qi Yaoguang sternly warned his descendants to improve their relationship with Yi Fan and not to become enemies. This was because he had already seen through Yi Fan's potential. If he grew up, he might become unrivaled in the world. Having a friend like this was far better than having a shameful plan. Of course, the premise was that Yi Fan could survive and grow to that realm. There was one thing that Qi Yaoguang had not considered. One of his descendants was born with a big mouth. Not even an hour after they returned to the Qi clan's immortal city, this person had already exaggerated the story of the Brahma clan's defeat. What? You're saying that Fan Xian and that ascetic cultivator are under the starry sky? No way, one of our eternal star field's divine flowers was taken by someone just like that? That damned ascetic cultivator. I'm going to kill him. The outside world was in an uproar. People from all walks of life were moving to verify this news. The Starry Sky Network was even more chaotic. Many people were rioting, unable to accept this. When Qi Yaoguang found out, he was so angry that he wanted to slap this blabbermouthed great-grandson to death. His face was covered in black divine patterns. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? I don't believe it. Just an ascetic cultivator from the outer realms. How could he be worthy of our starfield's immortal beads? It's definitely a rumor. If it's true, I'll definitely go and kill that imperishable golden body. Fan Xian was extremely popular in this star field. With such a major event happening, the younger generation could no longer remain calm. There was a huge uproar, and many people were rubbing their fists in anticipation. As for the heavens, many people were bursting with anger. This time, they had really suffered a double loss and obtained nothing. Yi Fan lingered in the Qi clan for several days. He wouldn't give a single drop of golden blood even if he was beaten to death. He was even afraid of losing a single strand of his hair. He treated Qi Yaoguang as if he were a thief. It's not that I'm stingy, but if you guys use my genes to create another golden body that is exactly the same as me, how can I endure that? Qi Yaoguang patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, I just want to obtain a little bit of the imperishable golden blood to cultivate. I definitely don't have that kind of intention. Moreover, that kind of clone isn't very valuable. It won't have your original divinity." Yi Fan looked at him. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He was determined not to give it to him. During these days, his entire body was clean and without a single strand of dirt. He was afraid that Qi Yaoguang would take advantage of this loophole. In the end, he gave this old saint some divine liquid from the immortal ascension pond as thanks, but he didn't expect that it would cause the other party to be shocked. This liquid actually contained a type of divine mineral. Brat, do you really not believe that my Qi clan can refine the fourth stage of the evolution fluid? Yi Fan insisted on leaving, and Qi Yaoguang couldn't stop him. Although he knew that this imperishable golden body was extremely valuable, he felt that it was more appropriate to be on good terms with it. Yi Fan needed the fourth stage of the evolution fluid, but after understanding it in detail, he could only sigh. This kind of thing was too heaven-defying. It was no problem for the Qi clan to refine the third stage, but it was almost impossible to advance further. This was because it was impossible to find the missing main material of divinity. It was rumored that there was still a remnant of that material from 4,000 years ago. It was taken out to be auctioned, but unfortunately, it had already been exhausted. In the boundless universe, if one wanted to search for it by oneself, one could only come across it by chance. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Nowadays, regardless of whether it was the Heaven or the Qi clan, most of the divinity minerals were accumulated over many years or exchanged with others at a high price. It was too difficult to search for it at the last moment. These days, Qi Yaoguang acted as if he was guarding against a wolf. He didn't let Yi Fan get close to Qi Meng, which made him roll his eyes. Before leaving, Yi Fan wanted to see the Supremacy Immortal Mirror. This sect's secret treasure was too mystical. It was actually able to find him in the boundless sea of people. It was really worth being vigilant about. Qi Yaoguang took out the secret treasure. It was an ancient mirror that had been around for tens of thousands of years. It was simple and unadorned, and it overflowed with a divine aura. It was very mysterious. You can rest assured that there is only one treasure mirror on the Eternal Lord Star. Other than this, no one can see through your fake body, Qi Yaoguang said with a smile. This mirror was very mystical. As long as the light shone down and shrouded the body, no matter how one tried to hide, there was no place to hide. The immortal feather star was very small. Hence, the mirror's light could shine down and illuminate everywhere. If it was on the eternal Lord Star, it would not be so effective. The Qi clan was half the owner of the immortal feather star. They could act without any scruples. It was not a problem for them to illuminate all the cities, but it would not be so easy to leave this place. Yi Fan touched his chin and felt relieved. This mirror could not deduce the secrets of heaven. It was just that the mirror's light was mysterious. It only appeared when he was swept by the light beam last time. If the area was vast enough, or if he avoided it in advance, this mirror would not have any effect. On this day, Yi Fan left. The Qi clan helped him build a starry door in the extraterrestrial region, which led directly to the Eternal Kingdom. This saved him the trouble of finding his own way and crossing over. You have to be careful. The Chao clan has sworn to take your divine blood and destroy your life spirit. These days, the Qi clan has withstood a lot of pressure, Qi Yaoguang said. Without batting an eyelid, he sent Yi Fan on his way. Silently, he picked up a strand of Yi Fan's hair. Yi Fan immediately sensed it. At close range, he was definitely not weaker than a saint. He purposely teased the old man and said, "Senior, when are you going to marry me and Sister Qi Meng?" Get lost. Qi Yaoguang's face twitched, and he wanted to hit someone. Yi Fan flicked his fingers, and the strand of hair turned to ash. He then rushed into the starry door without looking back and disappeared. It was dark inside the void tunnel. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan rushed out. There was a huge star in front of him, and a godly aura that made people feel awe-inspiring covered the sky and covered the earth. It was incomparably vast, and it was unknown how many times larger than the immortal feather star. It was as if there was a real living god lying dormant on this ancient star, and it made people tremble when they saw it. This was the eternal Lord Star. In terms of grandeur, it was definitely comparable to the ancient stars with life in the Big Dipper. No one knew how long it had existed, and it was as if, as the legend said, it had once given birth to a god. Yi Fan was very cautious and used the deceiving stratagem to cover his body. He used the secret technique of the celestial court to blend into the void, and then flew towards the huge star. He did not want to be discovered the moment he approached. In the end, he successfully descended and stood on this large planet. Immediately, he felt a desolate and vast aura rushing toward him. The mountains shook and the earth shook. A group of ancient beasts, each as big as a small mountain, rushed through the forest in front of him, crushing many giant trees. This was a world that had once given birth to a god. It was boundless, with towering mountains and flowing rivers. The mountains and rivers were majestic and boundless, and there were many species that had never been seen or heard of. Yi Fan traversed who knew how many millions of miles and finally made it out of the Great Desolate. He asked cautiously and slowly came to understand the situation. He truly understood how powerful some of the major powers were. Yuan City was a huge city with a long history that had existed since ancient times. There were ancient buildings, and there were even modern ones. It was very complicated and strange. There were no overly tall buildings here, or else all the ancient palaces and so on would have been submerged by modern buildings, and now they looked even more classical. The combination of ancient castles, crystal cities, gardens, and modern villas was very pleasing to the eye. This was one of the 10 famous cities of the Eternal Lord Star, and all the big powers had settled here. It was an ancient sacred city where crooks mixed with honest folk. Yi Fan was speechless. He saw a huge advertisement board, and on it was actually Fan Xian. The movie she starred in was about to be released, and Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Is it similar to the movies on Earth? He was really speechless. No wonder Chao Qing would chase after her from the Eternal Lord Star to the heavens. It seemed that the effect of celebrities and beauties was not limited to the other side of the starry sky, and it was the same everywhere. Yi Fan walked on the main street that still had an ancient aura. He was struck by the alternating modern and classical scenes as he walked forward aimlessly. Along the way, he saw the footprints left by the ancient great sage on a bluestone, and he also saw the ruins of the ancient castles where the descendants of the gods resided, as well as a modern theater. Suddenly, a bitter aura rushed over. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping in front of him. The murderous aura made even him apprehensive. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. It was a colosseum that occupied a large area, and every giant stone was engraved with great Tao runes that flowed with the traces of time. Many people stopped in their tracks because a large advertisement had just been posted. In 3 days there would be a stunning battle here, and it would be a great collision between super-powerful divine bodies. Yi Fan was petrified on the spot because he saw the person participating in the battle on the advertisement. Even though it was only a side view, he could almost confirm that it was an old friend. Chapter 1168. The man on the poster had jet black hair that was as thick as a waterfall, draping over his chest and back. His eyes were filled with endless stars, deep and terrifying, like a demonic god. Even though it was only the side of his face, people could feel his sharpness. His face was as sharp as a knife, like the reincarnation of an ancient god. Behind him, a vast and intimidating purple aura surged. Southern monster Qi Lin. Yi Fan was quite surprised. He didn't think that one of the gladiators would be him. This was too unexpected. This was an old friend of the Big Dipper. Central Emperor, Southern Monster, Bodhisattva of the West. Back then, he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation. After so many years, he finally heard news of the Southern Monster. This person is very powerful. He's undefeated 99 times in a row. He's called the demonic god, a legend. In front of the huge stone gate in front of the arena, many people were looking at the poster. They discussed in whispers, talking about some of the Southern Monster's situation. He's about to face the most crucial battle. If he can win 100 battles without being defeated, he'll have the qualifications to fight for the title of the strongest and become a member of that sequence. We must come to watch the battle in 3 days. We can't miss it. It will definitely be a battle between dragons and tigers. There will definitely be a world-shaking battle. There will most likely be peerless experts stopping him. The Southern Monster definitely had a heavenly talent when he was in the Big Dipper star region. When he cut down the Tao, he produced a phenomenon comparable to the ancient demonic emperor, making all monsters worship him. And now, he was still stirring up a storm on the Eternal Lord Star. Clearly, he was a super powerful character that everyone was paying attention to. I don't know if he's loyal to a family or fighting for himself. His background has always been mysterious, and there's no way to find out more about him. It seems that he's the strongest warrior raised by a big family. Someone is hiding everything about him in the dark. Maybe he's a slave captured from the outer realm. Otherwise, who would fight like this? The 100th battle is about to begin. 100 battles of life and death was an impressive achievement. Up to this point, it was truly a sensational battle. Unfortunately, no one had been able to uncover the secrets of the demonic god. Yi Fan learned a lot in front of the arena. This was the pastime of rulers and the favorite of the nobles. They would often send out their battle pets to compete. Every time, a large number of people would be involved, because there would be all kinds of bets on who would win and who would lose, and every time the wager would be astronomical. This was a competition of death. Entering the arena was a battle of life and death. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in the death of one's body and soul. No one was willing to enter. Normal people wouldn't participate, because this was too cruel. This was an arena where great powers fought, using their powerful servants to fight. Many disputes were resolved through this. Of course, there were also special circumstances. Some people wanted to hone themselves or participate in the duel for the sake of the high duel fees. High risk naturally had high returns. The underground black merchant hoped that cultivators of a certain standard would enter the arena, and they were even more looking forward to the showdown between famous people. Thus, they didn't hesitate to offer a sky-high price. In the past, the things that could attract experts were nothing more than peerless beauties, sacred artifacts, and so on. Later on, even the most powerful evolutionary fluid became a reward, attracting even more experts' hearts. Because of this, the Colosseum became more and more popular. Every time there was a battle of importance, it would cause a commotion in all directions. Many nobles would personally come to watch. This time, the winner of the duel would obtain the 3rd stage of the evolutionary fluid. The demonic god would break through the legend of being undefeated in over 100 battles, attracting the attention of the world. Naturally, the reward would be very generous, attracting many ancient clans to participate. Many people would definitely place bets. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators wanted to watch the battle, but it was difficult to obtain a ticket. Even if they spent a lot of money, they still wouldn't be able to obtain one. The seats in the Colosseum had long been filled, and they had been divided up by various nobles. Yi Fan could only watch helplessly. Even if he had all kinds of treasures, It was useless. It was difficult to obtain a ticket, and he had no way of entering. A large group of people had gathered at the entrance of the Colosseum. They were all people who wished to obtain a ticket but couldn't enter. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes lit up when he saw Qi Meng. She actually came to watch the battle, and one could imagine the influence of today's battle. He immediately moved forward and secretly transmitted his voice, causing Qi Meng to be astonished. Qi Yaoguang appeared from the side, blocking him as if he was guarding against a wolf. "Brat, I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about my descendant. Senior, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Please help me get a ticket." Yi Fan laughed. 6 or 7 people from the Qi clan came. In the end, an unlucky fellow with a darkened face unwillingly handed over his ticket to Yi Fan. He had a stomach full of resentment, but because of the old ancestor's face, he didn't dare to act out. He gloomily walked towards the main street. "In this place, you absolutely must be a bit more obedient. Don't cause trouble," Qi Yaoguang warned. The Colosseum was vast and enormous. At the center was a stone platform that resembled half a mountain. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. It was rumored that this was cut out by an ancient great sage. It was sturdy enough, and there were immortal divine patterns engraved on it. As for the spectators, they all sat around the stone platform. There was a great protective formation in front of them, so they didn't have to worry about all kinds of offensive techniques rushing out. They could peacefully watch the battle. This place was mainly made of stone. All kinds of seats, railings, and platforms were made of stone. It retained a primitive aura and emitted a type of pressure. During the ancient years, saints often fought here. The ground here has been dyed with saint blood, and it is definitely a holy land. Someone discussed in a low voice. The great battle hadn't started yet, but the various kings had already sat down. The enormous Colosseum was completely filled with people. Every single one of them was someone with status and background. Yi Fan entered separately from the Qi clan, and his seat just happened to be right behind them. Even though they were adjacent, no one felt that there was any connection between them. "Brother, can you change seats? My clan's master has some matters to discuss with young Miss Qi Meng." A young man spoke, using his eyes to indicate for him to stand up. Unfortunately, Yi Fan just happened to be sitting behind Qi Meng. He did his best to avoid the two of them getting to know each other, but someone still came looking for him. He glanced at this person. Even though this person was a servant, he had already reached the Dao-severing realm. He looked in the direction where this person came from, and on another row of seats not too far away, there was a cultured and refined young man who was currently nodding towards him and Qi Meng. "I'm sorry, I don't want to change seats." "You." This young man's eyes shot out a beam of light. It was extremely shocking. This was a supreme expert, and he didn't think that Yi Fan would refuse without even thinking about it. "Don't worry, Zhaoan is back." "Not too far away," the cultured man in white said, as if he didn't want to cause trouble. His eyes were very bright, and his cultivation was extraordinary. "This is Zhao Qingchuan, a famous expert who is extremely famous among the younger generation. And the Zhao clan is similar to the Chao clan. They are both nobles of a region on the Eternal Overlord planet, and they are the most powerful forces." Qi Meng frowned. She had never interacted with Zhao Qingchuan before, so she didn't know why he was acting like this today. Based on his status, there are definitely very few people who would dare to go against him. As one of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation, today he is acting like this. He is testing my identity. Yi Fan's heart stirred. "That's right." Qi Meng nodded. Yi Fan was a new face, and to those who frequented the arena, he was too unfamiliar. Now that he dared to refuse Zhao Qingchuan, it revealed a lot of information. The battle has begun. On the high platform, a screen of light rose up and enveloped the huge stone platform, preventing the battle from affecting the spectators. The screen of light was crystal clear, and it was carved by the ancient great sage, so it was absolutely safe. On the vast stone platform that was like half a broken mountain, a young man appeared. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and his body was bronze in color. He was very strong, and his eyes were sharp. He was like a demon god, and he had a special temperament. This body was no different from the southern demon, but it was a pity that Yi Fan couldn't use his divine sense to penetrate the great sage's screen of light, so he couldn't sense his aura and make a final judgment. The battle has begun. There was a commotion in the arena, and another gladiator appeared. His body was covered in demonic patterns, and his silver hair fell over his shoulders. Even his eyes were silver, and he was very powerful. As soon as he appeared, he left behind a few afterimages as he pounced towards the demon god. Silver eyes. It's actually silver eyes. No wonder. I knew that the demon god's 100th battle would be obstructed. It turned out that this person has come out. How much did they have to pay to invite him? This was a king tier who had only been defeated once in his life. He had dominated the eastern region for more than 100 years, and only gave way to saints. He didn't fear any Dao-severing experts, and he had killed several half-saints. It was said that 100 years ago, during the selection for the strongest constitution, he had lost to his opponent due to an accident. It was very regrettable. Everyone, you can place your bets now. The bets on the ground reminded everyone. Silver Eyes quickly retreated after the attack and confronted the demon god, no longer attacking. Clearly, the two of them were familiar with the rules of the arena, and they wanted to give the noble guests time to place their bets. After the commotion, the arena regained its calm. Many people had placed their bets, and the battle was about to begin. This was a primitive battle without the help of mecha or war tools. It was a battle fought with the methods of the ascetic cultivators. For the people of the Eternal Lord Star, this was especially hot-blooded. Since ancient times, they had always relied on external tools, and there were almost no ascetic cultivators left. This profession was almost extinct. They had heard that in the era of their ancestors, the ascetic cultivators tore apart mecha with their bodies and fought against the world. Unfortunately, that era had passed, and all kinds of powerful war tools had become their choice. Within the arena, all kinds of light beams danced, and a fierce battle broke out. The demon god was like its name, like the reincarnation of an ancient demon lord. Its divine bravery was unstoppable. Yifan secretly guessed that the southern monster must have taken the evolution fluid, and not just once. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so tyrannical. Silver Eyes was also divine. After all, he was a peak Dao-severing expert, and he had an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level. He was stronger than the southern monster. The two of them fought, and all kinds of secret techniques were used. They were all ascetic cultivators' methods. This was a battle for the treasures of the flesh, and the spectators were dazzled. So powerful. If they continue to develop like this, they will one day be able to tear apart ancient mecha with their bare hands. The southern monster is too powerful. His cultivation level is not as high as Silver Eyes, but he can fight on equal footing. This is really inconceivable. You should know that Silver Eyes can be said to be an invincible existence among Dao-severing experts. People discussed in low voices and watched nervously. No one would have thought that after a mere 200 rounds, the demon god would strike out with a peerless attack and almost cleave Silver Eyes in half. Silver blood splattered, and this opponent was sent flying, no longer able to fight. He won. So fast, 100 consecutive victories. Oh my god, that piece of divinity or of mine pressed down on Silver Eyes. At this moment, another young man appeared in the arena. With a smile on his face, he waved at the crowd and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Do you want to know the origins of the demon god? Until today, when he won 100 consecutive victories, I feel that I am qualified to say it. He comes from a mysterious ancient planet. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, waiting for him to create glory. To tell you the truth, he is only one of the powerful bloodlines of that ancient planet, and there are many more there. I think you all know what I am talking about and understand what I mean. I have shown everyone the terrifying value of that mysterious ancient planet through him. I think our compatriots here can't hold back anymore. Does anyone want to go on an expedition?" Chapter 1169. What? A mysterious ancient planet with many powerful bloodlines? Doesn't that mean this source of life is very terrifying? The arena was filled with all kinds of voices. Many people were cursing. They had bet on Silver Eye, but in the end, they lost everything and lost everything. What a joke. If there was such a precious planet, you guys would have already left. Why would you say it out loud and invite us on our way? The heirs of the great nobles naturally bet on rare ores. Many people lost big and were in a bad mood. They didn't believe his words. Let him speak in detail. I want to listen carefully. Naturally, there were also true nobles in the arena. Their expressions were serious and they were very interested in this. The man on the stone platform was very young with a slender figure and a fair complexion. He had a head of long blue hair and an imposing appearance. With a calm and confident expression, he quietly watched people's reactions. This seems to be someone from the Lan Tuo clan. It's the saint's grandson, Lan Tuo. He's very fond of him. Someone was astonished. The Lan Tuo clan was very famous on the Eternal Lord Star. They focused on the exploration of the star domain. They started off as marauders and slowly grew into a giant. They once discovered an ancient land of life and sold the experts there, accumulating a batch of initial capital. Yi Fan clenched his fists. He learned about the clan's past from people's discussions. Simply put, they were a group of human traffickers. Now they had their eyes on the Big Dipper star domain and started with his old friends. Everyone, you don't understand. You still don't understand the value of that ancient planet. Although my Lan Tuo clan wants to advance, we don't have the strength to do so. If we go there alone, we probably won't be able to make a splash. I can tell everyone with certainty that it's a divine land with traces of ancient deities' activities. There are all kinds of powerful bloodlines and ancient mines formed from the origin lifestone. There are many natives and naturally, there are also some experts. Lan Tuo too explained some of the Big Dipper star situation. It immediately caused a sensation. At this moment, people couldn't sit still and were all attracted. There are immortal tears green gold, black dragon pattern gold. They can be refined into divine mechas. In addition, there are supreme immortal medicines used by ancient deities to refine immortal pills. You all know what this means. It's incomparably dreamy. All of these are extremely precious and their value can't be estimated. They will only be wasted in the hands of those natives. We need to excavate them and display their true value. Lan Tuo was impassioned as he mobilized all the major clans, asking who wanted to join them and head to the Big Dipper star region together. This was a huge uproar. The outcome of the battle in the arena was no longer important. Everyone was attracted by this mysterious ancient planet. Traces of the ancient gods, countless precious resources, this is what we lack. Those natives don't understand the value of these things, we can't let them shine. The Lan Tuo clan was about to carry out a great robbery. They deeply felt that their own strength was not enough, and they needed some powerful allies. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would fall in the Big Dipper star region. With such a beautiful prospect and so many divinity ores, it was worth it for every major force to make a move. No one could remain calm. The Lanto clan started off by plundering and grew into a giant. Their hearts wouldn't be so kind. If the road ahead was filled with immortal medicines, would they still call on us? Needless to say, it's full of danger. Naturally, there were people who didn't buy it, especially the hostile forces of the Lanto clan. They spoke up one after another and questioned loudly. High risk comes with high reward. The natives of that place are indeed not weak. Otherwise, why would we need allies? However, no matter what, they can't contend against our eternal kingdom, said Lan Tuo. In the end, he threw out a heavy bomb. It shocked many nobles and even some saints who had secretly arrived stood up and looked at him in disbelief. Everyone, do you still remember Wan Qing? He proved his Tao with a primal chaos green lotus and came from that ancient planet. What? Is what you said true? Everyone was in an uproar. I can tell everyone that Wan Qing finally returned to that ancient planet and passed away 10,000 years ago. He left behind his orthodoxy and immortal treasures. This information was fatal. Everyone was tempted. Wan Qing swept through this place back then and left behind an indelible myth and legend. If what you said is true, we can consider cooperating. A battle across galaxies is the most interesting. Some nobles responded positively. In the arena, only Yi Fan's eyes were cold. Some nobles were very conceited and treated the cultivators of the Northern Dipper domain as lowly natives. The Lanto clan in particular deserved to be killed. However, he couldn't change anything. The news had leaked out, and a collision between galaxies was inevitable. Yi Fan was not anxious. He was calm and even somewhat expectant. He firmly believed in the terror of the saints of the Northern Dipper domain. If these people went on an expedition, it would be interesting to see who would suffer a great loss. Everyone, we need to make a long-term plan. If there are nobles who are interested and want to go on an expedition, they can come here and discuss with our saint, said Lan Tuatu. The arena became a meeting place. Many major forces were discussing, and many people were red in the face. Faced with absolute benefits, no one was willing to relax. Lan Tuatu said, "Everyone knows that an expedition will cost a lot and require a great price. My clan is willing to go there with the 10 races. We can discuss in detail who is willing to form an alliance." Many people cursed. This was a naked asking price. The Lanto clan wanted to find a partner and clearly stated the number of allies. They didn't want to accept everyone. People understood that they wanted to make a killing. They would choose whoever had the highest value and who was willing to give up various resources. The nobles were naturally unwilling, and the scene was chaotic. Not far away, Zhao Qingchuan walked over and chatted with Qi Meng. They actually talked about the indestructible golden body. He was cultured and elegant, asking if this ascetic was from the northern Dipper domain. Qi Meng naturally wouldn't say anything. The Qi clan had already made their stance clear. They wouldn't be hostile to Yi Fan. It was better to be friends with such a person than to be enemies. At this time, even someone of Qi Yaoguang's status had already climbed onto the stone platform in front of the arena. He was there to understand the situation of the northern Dipper domain in detail. The arena was in an uproar. There were a few people walking over with Zhao Qingchuan. One of them cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan and sneered, "Who are you, brat? Brother Zhao wants to exchange seats with you, yet you dare to go against him. You must have just come out of your sect. How insensible." "Cooperate with you?" Yi Fan glanced at him. "I'll give you 2 choices. One is to scram immediately, and the other is to wait for death." This young man was insufferably arrogant. He directly approached Yi Fan. Qi Meng secretly transmitted her voice. "This is a rogue cultivator named Su Hai. He's quite famous in Origin City. He has already cut his Dao for many years and is very close to some of the nobles. He's a sharp blade." "Is Zhao Qingchuan really that sharp? This is the first time we've met and he's already like this. Could it be that he's discovered my identity and wants to use Su Hai to test me?" Yi Fan's heart stirred. "Su Hai, what are you doing? Hurry up and come back," Zhao Qingchuan said. "Brother Su, come back. Those who don't know would think that Brother Zhao is bullying us." A few nobles also tried to persuade him. "I just can't stand his calmness. I want to see what kind of divine being he is." Su Hai was very insolent. He came up and pulled on Yi Fan's arm. Scram. Yi Fan didn't budge. The swastika heavenly art was mixed with his voice, forming a beam that rushed into Su Hai's immortal platform. Blood flowed out of Su Hai's 7 apertures. His forehead cracked and he was sent flying, landing right on his seat. His entire body convulsed and trembled uncontrollably. The expressions of the people around them changed, but no one said anything. It was obvious that this kind of thing happened frequently. Some nobles' heirs were passionate fans of the arena. Their battle pets and slaves would often come here to participate in the battles, and there would be conflicts from time to time. Zhao Qingchuan looked deeply at Yi Fan and left with a few people. However, when he turned around, he said to Qi Meng, "The Chao clan is angry. If the Qi clan wants to go to the Big Dipper Star region, you must be careful." The arena was in chaos. The people were very dissatisfied. Only the 10 clans could form an alliance with the Lantua clan. This was too little. Many nobles wanted a piece of the pie. An elder from the Lantua clan appeared and comforted them. He promised that this was only the first batch of advance troops. Their main task was to scout ahead. After the results were confirmed, the main army would set off. "Everyone, perhaps you don't know, but there's an important piece of news that I haven't said yet. The value of that ancient planet is much greater than we imagined. Do you still remember the person named Wuxia who almost destroyed our eternal Lord Star over 100,000 years ago? In his later years, he also descended on that ancient planet and passed away there." What? The people in the arena were completely shocked. This matter was too distant, but the nobles would never forget it. That year, that battle was simply a nightmare. There were peerless experts wearing the battle armor left behind by the ancient gods, but they suffered a crushing defeat. Moreover, there was a divine battle armor that was permanently shattered. It was destroyed in that battle. Wuxia swept through the Eternal Star region, leaving behind a terrifying legend. Yi Fan's mouth opened and closed again. Emperor Wuxia had also appeared here. Such power made people revere him. He had once heard the Black Emperor say that Wuxia didn't set off from the extraordinary scholar residence in a step-by-step manner. Instead, he had set off many years after becoming a saint and had gone to many places. I wonder if the saintess who wanted to follow in Emperor Wuxia's footsteps and look up to him for the rest of her life came from here. Unfortunately, after searching for a lifetime, she died in the starry sky in the end. The resplendent Big Dipper. The arena meeting ended, and the various races dispersed one after another. However, the storm spread like a hurricane, and the entire Eternal Lord Star was in an uproar. The era of great wastelands had arrived. Many major powers were eager to go all out and enter the Big Dipper to transport away those rare resources. In the following days, the giants discussed in secret and began the interstellar expedition. Everything was carried out in full swing. Many loose cultivators became active because the various great clans were recruiting. Since they were about to embark on a long expedition, it was only natural that they would need experts. Some of the great clans even hired mercenaries. In many people's eyes, this was a great era. There would be endless wealth waiting for them. That was a mysterious ancient planet filled with dreams and divine treasures. As for what Yifan was doing? Of course, he was being recruited. He wanted to use this opportunity to go back and take a look. There was a faint anticipation in his heart. The battle between the mothership and the saints was about to be revealed. After so many years, Wuxia's tomb is still here. It's called Purple Mountain. Those natives are really pitiful. Since they can't bear to do it, let's go and cut it open. When they heard that Wuxia's tomb was still there, the major races that had suffered in the past were immediately excited. They firmly believed that the supreme human must have left behind countless divine treasures. I'm looking forward to you opening it. Yifan only let out a cold laugh after hearing this. Chapter 1170. Eternal Lord Star was in an uproar. Undercurrents were surging in the dark today, all sides unable to remain calm. The great era of development had arrived, an unprecedented opportunity placed before them. All great clans were recruiting soldiers. As long as one had enough strength, they would definitely be recruited. They all wanted to seize the initiative in the future battles for territories. Origin Ancient Mine. It truly is something to look forward to. There is actually a place like this. I believe that a certain amount of Origin Lifestone can be excavated. Since there is this type of divine material, then perhaps the others can be found as well. It truly makes one excited. 5th or even 6th level Immortal Evolution liquid might even be refined. The beautiful prospects and grand blueprints made many great clans excited. For them, that place might become a divine land of revival, recreating the glory of Eternal Kingdom. Only Yifan frowned. These people wanted to excavate Origin Ancient Mine. Were they tired of living? Could it be that this ancient star had a few quasi-emperors who were going to head over with mechas left behind by ancient deities? This will trigger a great revolution. Back then, we found a similar resource star, allowing our civilization progress to be advanced by 50,000 years. This time, it might be 100,000 years, or even longer. Just wait and see. Yifan was rushing about, entering and exiting various great recruitment points. He was choosing a great power, wishing to find a king clan with enough strength to join one of the 10 clans. In reality, all of the clans were recruiting, but there were only 11 clans including the Vanguard and Lantua clan. The others had to wait until they were clear before setting off. Yifan wasn't willing to wait too long. The entire star system was recruiting, the supply of mercenaries becoming unprecedentedly high. After being recruited by the great clans, it was as if all of humanity was going to carry out a great migration. The starry sky web was boiling, people discussing and arguing every day, always revolving around this topic. There were naturally people who criticized this, saying that this was invasion, protesting that this was bullying the weak natives. However, no great power cared about these things. In their eyes, there were only benefits, not letting go of any resources. Yifan was choosing between mercenaries and great powers, moving back and forth. With his strength, he would definitely be welcomed no matter where he went. However, his ambitions weren't limited to this. He wanted to rise up, and when the time came, he would be able to plunder a mothership. When the various great clans took action, only the Underworld King clan remained calm. They didn't make any preparations, coldly watching from the sidelines. They only gave a few great clans they were on good terms with a word of warning, saying that that place would most likely be difficult to find. Back then, their ancestors came from that place. Now, very few people knew that even their ancestors couldn't find the way back. They felt that the Lantua clan might not necessarily succeed. When the Lantua clan learned of this, the person in charge shook his head and laughed, saying that the demonic god was not ordinary and had grasped the demonic race's ancient method to record the starry sky coordinates, paying great attention to measurement along the way. The Lanto clan, on the other hand, could deduce and calculate step by step based on these coordinates that were so primitive that they were almost ancient. They could go back in time and find that mysterious universe. When the Netherworld King tribe heard about it, they also started to make preparations. However, their true intentions were not to participate in it. This was because they vaguely remembered the teachings of their ancestors. There was a path of immortalhood in the Big Dipper star domain. Even the ancient emperors had found their way to that place. It was definitely not simple. However, they buried all of this at the bottom of their hearts and didn't say it out loud. They were prepared on the surface, but they were watching silently in secret. Other than the Netherworld King tribe, the deity Feather Chi clan also had other plans. This was because the old saint, Qi Yaoguang, had personally consulted Yi Fan and said that he would listen to his advice. Don't go. Looting there won't end well. Yi Fan only said this and didn't mention the situation in the Big Dipper star. The Qi clan immediately quieted down and became very cautious. They didn't want to get involved in this mess. From Yi Fan's calm words, they could feel a murderous intent. You have no choice but to prepare. Someone is watching you. They all know that you have helped me before, and some big clans have already guessed that I came from the Big Dipper star domain. For example, that Zhao Qingchuan is very meticulous. He must be observing your movements. Brat, you are really dishonest. Aren't you tricking us? Qi Yaoguang said. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he said, they are going to invade the Big Dipper star domain. There will be an interstellar war, and it's hard to say who will die. I just don't want you to act alone and attract the attention of others. This was a long and drawn-out preparation because an expedition was not a child's play. There was always the possibility of failure in the outer realms. The people of the Eternal Lord Star weren't blindly arrogant. They had learned enough information from the demon god. Recruiting experts, building warships, and repairing motherships were all being carried out in full swing. All kinds of expedition plans were also being discussed. During this time, other than thinking about which major force to join, Yi Fan was also actively preparing. He was doing his homework, analyzing and studying all kinds of minerals. He learned about the various divine main materials needed to refine the strongest evolution fluid. They were truly rare and could only be found by chance. However, he might be able to find some in the Big Dipper star. Today, he urgently wanted to increase his realm. The ancient mirror left behind by Ji Hao Yue recorded the dangers ahead. The 9 pieces of information made him restless. If he wanted to advance, he must become a saint. Otherwise, there would be many dangers ahead. If he chased like this, he would most likely die. This divine mineral that only appears once in eternity is the Eye of Creation? Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder the evolution fluid was so priceless. None of the required materials were ordinary, and all of them were peerless treasures. Especially the 9 main materials, each more precious than the last. The Destiny Rock, the Eye of Fortune, the Immortal Vine, the Primordial Life Stone, the Heart of the Dead World. Which one of them wasn't heaven-defying? In a sense, as long as there was a main mineral with divinity, he could refine the first stage of the evolutionary fluid. He could find substitutes for the other main materials, and then add dozens of auxiliary rare minerals, and he would more or less succeed. In fact, the number of main divinity materials would determine the stage of the evolutionary fluid that could be refined. For example, in the Pure Land of Heaven last time, they didn't have the Immortal Vine and used the Meteorite Withered Vine Heart as a substitute. They only had the Destiny Rock, the Primordial Life Stone, and a small piece of the Heart of the Dead World to successfully refine the third stage of the fluid. Of course, they were well prepared. They had gathered all kinds of auxiliary rare minerals, and they were all of high quality. The missing main materials were all good substitutes. Yi Fan pondered for a while after understanding the details. It was simply impossible to refine the 9th stage of the immortal level fluid. Not to mention the 9th stage, even the 8th and 7th stages were difficult to refine. The most sensational event in the past 50,000 years on the Lord Eternal Star was when someone barely managed to refine the 6th stage of the fluid. After robbing the purple-eyed woman at the Undying Mountain, The Destiny Rock had only just begun to melt and had just extracted the first stage of the fluid. I left it in the Heavenly Village, so it should be of great use. In addition, I can ask the Sacred Prince to invite the victorious fighting Buddha. Maybe he can get a piece of the primordial lifestone from the origin ancient mine. As for the heart of the dead world, I seem to have it with me. When he stepped on the starry sky ancient path, he once stayed on a planet full of withered bones for a period of time. He once saw the battle between the saint-level skeletal creatures and the golden holy ship. In the end, he went deep into the Earth's core and took away a mineral filled with death energy. Now, he finally learned that it was actually the heart of the dead world. This kind of mineral only had a 1 in a billion chance of appearing in the land of extreme death. The black mineral contained the miracle of immortality and was the rarest of treasures. Yi Fan studied it carefully and finally learned a lot of valuable things. If he could return to the Big Dipper this time, he would pay more attention and collect them. By doing so, both he and his old friends would gain great benefits. There would be a qualitative transformation. Every step forward would shorten the time of cultivation by 100 years. The significance was too great. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. The various clans of the Eternal Lord Star were in full swing. Their preparations had almost come to an end. It could be seen that they were very serious and attached great importance to this trip. Yi Fan chose to join a super noble clan known as the Rising Sun City. In the history of such an ancient clan, there had been great sages. In particular, some of them still had King of Sages. Therefore they were known as nobles. The Chao clan, the Brahmin clan of the Immortal Feather Star Ocean, the Mo clan of the original Demon Star Ocean, the Zhao clan where Zhao Qingchuan was from, the Rising Sun City Royal clan. Including the Lantua clan, there were a total of 11 clans. The pre-war preparations were almost done. They were about to start assembling and embarking on the road of expedition. A war across starfields was about to begin. Yi Fan was not so optimistic. There really were experts in this star field. It was not as simple as he thought. If the great sage rode a divine mecha on the road, it would most likely be a disaster. Of course, he was not pessimistic. Since he could not stop it, he could only follow. When the time came, he would inform the saints of the Big Dipper in advance. Perhaps there would be a grand occasion where the weapons of the great ancient emperors collided with the mecha of the ancient gods. I should prepare some gifts for them. For example, I should send some sketches to the 11 great royal clans. It would be best if I could lead them to places like the Origin Ancient Mine or the gathering place of the ancient races. However, it was very difficult to do so. Who would believe him? If he presented the sketches, he would most likely be immediately targeted and found out. In the end, the opportunity came. What happened next caused a huge uproar. A pair of siblings from the Purple Cloud race who had been lost in the universe for many years returned with shocking news. They said that they had been to the Big Dipper starfield and had fallen near a strange place called the Immortal Mountain. They had hibernated there for many years, but in the end, an accident happened. The evolutionary fluid that they had refined was taken away by a native. That is really a treasure land. Through the description of the siblings from the Purple Cloud race, it has been confirmed that the words of the Lanto race can be trusted. That native has one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Perhaps there really are many powerful bloodlines in that land. Miss Ziyan has finally returned. She is the pride of the Purple Cloud race. She has entered the universe alone with her brother for so many years to refine the evolutionary fluid. It is really admirable. She is the most beautiful fairy on the eternal main star, comparable to Qi Meng and Fan Xian in the immortal feather star field. When Yi Fan received the news, he was stunned. The pair of alien siblings had escaped and returned. They were once his captives and had only just returned to the mother planet. The fairy-like beautiful young lady Ziyan and her group had suffered greatly. The mothership had been taken away, leaving only the golden mecha gods will inside. It had to constantly jump through space and was lost in the cold and dark universe more than 10 times. It had almost died outside and only returned after a narrow escape. Some of the warriors who had returned with them were immediately secretly divided up by the various royal families. They were lured with large amounts of money just to understand that ancient planet. Unfortunately, these people's knowledge was limited. Because they had been immersed in refining the evolutionary fluid for many years, they had no idea what kind of divine land the real Big Dipper star was. They also talked about some important matters. When they were about to leave, they had captured many strange races. The power of their bloodlines was indeed extraordinary. This could not help but make the people of the Eternal Main Star even more excited. Yi Fan began to move. He distributed various versions of the secret map, making people mistakenly think that it was the secret revealed by these people who had returned. After doing all this, there was only one thing left, and that was to save the Southern Demon. In these few months, he had been working hard to confirm her identity, but it was still difficult to get close. The Lanto race's defenses were too strict. Finally, before he set off, the ancient saint Qi Yaoguang brought him an important piece of news. Recently, rumors had been everywhere. All kinds of maps of the Big Dipper starfield were flying in the sky. This made the various royal families lose confidence. Together, they forced the Lanto race to make them reveal all the secrets the demon god knew. In the end, the 10 generals pressured the royal families. The Lanto race had no choice but to tell the truth. They allowed them to see the demon god's sea of consciousness. Everything was no longer a secret. What? The demon god is a clone and not the real one? Yi Fan was a bit surprised, but he was not that surprised. He had long suspected that it was most likely not the real Southern Demon. That's right. There is a strand of the Southern Demon's imprint in his sea of consciousness. Most of it is led by a half-saint from the Lanto race, Qi Yaoguang said. The Southern Demon had once fought with the Lanto race. In order to save her sister, Qi Huashui, she almost died and spilled a lot of demon god's blood. The Lanto race used this to forge the demon god's body. Qi Yaoguang said, a few years later, the demon godlike man came back and killed many of the Lanto race's experts. However, under the intervention of an ancient saint, he lost an incarnation and passed away with heavy injuries. Yi Fan was shocked. The Southern Demon was not simple. To be able to escape from an ancient saint, either he was well prepared or he was unbelievably powerful. In that case, the demon god sea of consciousness now contains the imprint of the Southern Demon's incarnation? That's right. Qi Yaoguang nodded. Since the Lanto race revealed the secret, did you let anyone see the consciousness of that incarnation? Yi Fan asked. I saw it myself. Qi Yaoguang showed it to him. In the end, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. The Southern Demon was really ruthless. He lost his incarnation and almost died. It was definitely done on purpose. That was because these imprints were all terrifying killing plans. The Big Dipper in the demon god Sea of Consciousness did not seem to have many ancient saints. The Sea of Consciousness clearly showed some important places of the ancient race, thinking that there were divine treasures there. That incarnation was definitely done by the Southern Demon and was left behind on purpose. This is a massacre against the ancient race. The people of the Eternal Lord Star and the ancient race will kill each other. When the Southern Demon left, the Big Dipper star region was in deep trouble. The threat of the ancient races was too great. They could sweep through the world at any time and leave billions of corpses behind. In a sense, the Southern Demon was forced to leave. Yi Fan distributed the map and wanted to do the same. However, it was not perfect because he did not fall into the same situation as the Southern Demon and could not take advantage of the current situation. The Southern Goblin's plan was very perfect. It displayed all of his intentions, and the two of them coincidentally had the same idea. How ruthless! Yi Fan laughed. The Southern Demon was indeed impressive. Woo! The war horn left behind by the ancient great sage sounded. The motherships of the Eternal Lord Star rose into the air one after another, and headed for the Stargate that had been opened long ago. The Violet Cloud royal family also joined in. A total of 12 noble families set off, and each group sent at least 4 motherships. As for the ancient Saint Mechas, there were even more. There were also powerful beings like Saint Kings to hold the line. Chapter 1171. The thick bugle horn released an oppressive desolate divine sound. The expeditionary army set sail, breaking the peace of tens of thousands of years. Every mothership was followed by a group of warships. They were densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth. Each of the 12 great clans sent out at least 4 motherships, some as many as 7. They moved majestically, releasing holy might as they tore through the sky, continuously entering the enormous starry gate in outer space. This was a great battle that spanned across galaxies. Under the rumbling of the ancient war bugle horn, large amounts of steel flickered with ice-cold luster. They covered the sky and covered the sky dome as they headed towards the other shore of the starry sky. Many people sent them off. All types of flying ships rushed into the sky, And there were also many experts who flew into the sky with their physical bodies. The various king clans' descendants and women were like sending off their heroes on their way, scattering flowers in the void. "I'll be waiting for your return." A beautiful young lady transmitted sound to a young man. "Haha. I'll conquer a large territory and establish a resplendent country. Children, I'll be waiting for your good news." There were ancestral saints who came to send them off as well. The fluctuations they released resounded through the sky dome, resonating with the entire star domain. "Brave warriors who have expanded our territory, we'll be waiting for your triumphant return." The relatives and friends of the 12 great clans sent them off, sending out their blessings. The warships were like a forest, flickering with the cold luster unique to metal. The expeditionary experts' morale was very high. They were all waiting for glory to descend and carve out a splendid future. In the end, the enormous starry gate slowly dimmed. All of the warships entered, completely disappearing into another resplendent sea of stars. The Great War had begun. The boundless cosmos, the boundless starry sky, it was incomparably grand and boundless. From ancient times until now, it had been called the cosmos. People could only define it like this, because it was vast, profound, and terrifying. There was no way to measure it. Darkness was the eternal theme. Even though there were countless stars, they still seemed insignificant in this black curtain. The coldness and loneliness were boundless, far more cruel and terrifying than people could imagine. The first spatial jump went smoothly. They appeared in a bleak void. This was a region of death without the slightest fluctuation of life. The Southern Fiend recorded the path using the Fiend race's most ancient and simple starry sky coordinates without any mistakes. After complex restoration and deciphering, they sorted out the correct route map. "Very good. Let's make the next space jump. If there are no accidents, we will need to make more than 400 jumps in total to reach that mysterious ancient planet with life." When Yi Fan heard this, he was moved. It seemed like his change of direction was not a horizontal one. Reaching Eternal Kingdom was a vertical one. He remembered very clearly that when he stepped onto the 5-colored altar, strange dead stars descended one after another. In total, there were less than 100 dead stars. The second, the third, the 88th space jump. Everything was very stable. A large number of motherships led the endless steel battleships forward with a might that could sweep through the star field. After crossing the sky for the 89th time, all the battleships came out from the huge stargate. A strange fluctuation appeared in front of them, and the alarm rang in every mothership. "There's a spaceship up ahead. It's extremely damaged, lying in the cold starry sky, together with the cosmic dust." An image appeared on the big screen. It was a 1,500-foot-long battleship. It was majestic and huge, almost as big as the mothership. "It belongs to our everlasting star region, but we don't know which family it belongs to. It's actually destroyed here. Send a battleship to see what happened." A silver spaceship rushed up, forming a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the huge ship and circled around it to observe. Then it entered through the huge hole. Ah! Suddenly a mournful scream could be heard. Every battleship received their signal. The people who entered the spaceship suddenly had their facial features contorted. Then they exploded one by one. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing the screen red. Then, a strange sound was heard. The connection was cut off, and the place became deathly silent. Who can tell me what happened? In the mothership of the original Demon Star Ocean, the Marquis of the Mo clan shouted coldly. The damaged spaceship belonged to their clan. No one could answer. There were many things in the universe that couldn't be explained. The vast great void was incomparably long, and people couldn't explore it in their entire lives. Anyone who traveled in the universe would know that things that were 100 or 10,000 times stranger than this had happened before. It was incomprehensible. "Shoot them." The Marquis of the other mothership decisively gave the order. There were so many of them here. Not to mention the ancient mechas, there were 50 to 60 motherships. If they fired at full force, even a sage would be smashed to pieces in an instant. Moreover, in this expedition, the various clans had ancient sages to support them. They had nothing to fear. Boom! A beam of light tore through the darkness, cutting open the cold and eerie huge ship. Everything inside could be seen clearly. In the next instant, something strange happened. Many people in the battleships cried out in fear. All kinds of signals were cut off, and the spaceship was showing signs of losing control. Within the damaged hull, a huge fog appeared. It was dusky and thick like lead clouds. The pressure actually caused the void of the universe to crack. It spread out in an instant, covering the sun, moon, and stars. It enveloped the entire void, completely submerging the mothership and the hundreds of battleships around it. Not good. This is the devil fog. Retreat quickly, avoid it. Someone cried out in alarm. This was simply the bane of all spaceships. Everywhere it passed, the battleships were all corroded beyond recognition. Even the great Tao runes couldn't stop it. This is an extremely dangerous thing in the universe. Even the ancient sages have to avoid it. It can devour and destroy everything. Fortunately, we only encountered a small amount. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. Quickly ask the sages to take action. No one could say for sure what kind of substance the devil fog was. It would sometimes have strong electromagnetic properties, and sometimes it would display a destructive divine energy that was constantly changing. It was very rare in the universe and was classified as a terrifying legendary thing. It was definitely terrifying, but it was difficult to determine whether it had an independent will or whether it was a living body. The four ancient sages acted at the same time. Divine chains of order formed millions of marks. They flowed and formed a cage that trapped all the fog in the center. They refined it together and continuously destroyed it. When there was only a little bit left, a sage opened his mouth and spat out a divine glass furnace. It was resplendent and crystal clear. The furnace opened and the remaining fog was forcibly sucked in. Existences of this level naturally didn't lack divine weapons. Some weapons were left behind by the ancient ascetics. They were peerless in power and were similarly suitable for them. Bring it back and properly study it. Just what kind of substance is this? In the distance, there was a terrifying scene. Over 100 warships were all damaged and lifeless. It was clear that not a single person had survived. Meanwhile, the marks on the mothership at the center were also dim. The body of the ship had been cut open and not a single person had survived. This group of motherships had been completely devoured and crippled. They had just set off, but they had already lost a priceless mothership. This made everyone feel very depressed. Anything can happen in the universe. This isn't much. If we want to cross galaxies, we must be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Let's continue on our way. A sage said coldly. The people of the 12 great nobles frequently entered the starry sea of the cosmos and naturally understood this kind of cruelty. They had encountered things many times more terrifying than this. As a result, they weren't that depressed. They quickly adjusted themselves and continued forward. The following path was rather long because the ancient coordinates of the southern demon were becoming more and more difficult to understand. The original calculations and deductions weren't necessarily accurate and needed to be verified repeatedly. They took many wrong paths and had to continuously correct them along the way. This process was time-consuming and exhausting. They deduced, calculated, explored, and verified. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed and they were only halfway through their journey. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Every spaceship rumbled as they were swept up by a terrifying great Tao fluctuation. Many small spaceships were violently impacted and quickly disintegrated. Enemy attack. Battle prowess comparable to the ancient saint level. An unknown creature is rushing over from the depths of the universe. It was a gigantic beast the size of a small mountain. It was several hundred zhang tall, and its entire body was covered in blood-colored scales. Even its eyes were blood-colored, and it was as muscular as a wild bull. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head, and its claws were as sharp as a black roc's. It directly tore at a mothership, destroying many battleships along the way. It let out a spiritual fluctuation that shook the universe. The sound of its roar was enough to shatter one's soul. Yifan was shocked. The vastness of the universe was indeed mysterious. A creature comparable to the ancient saints actually appeared in this boundless and silent starry region. What kind of creature is this? Where did it come from? Why is it attacking us? This is a vicious beast that has reached the saint level. A year ago, a mothership of my Zhao clan came to explore this part of the universe and encountered it. Its young son was severely injured and it chased us through many starry regions. I didn't expect to come here and meet it again. It didn't need to think to know that the Zhao clan had almost killed the son of an ancient saint-level vicious beast. Now that they had met again, they naturally wouldn't let it go. The battleships around the mothership were all destroyed by its spiritual roar and exploded. The powerful mothership was torn apart by it, and cracks also appeared on it. Boom! The protective light screen of the mothership opened and finally got rid of it. It was not a lie that the mothership could fight against the saints. At this time, it displayed its true battle prowess and emitted a brilliant light. The sages who accompanied the expedition appeared, and this time, there were 8 of them. All of them emitted destructive waves, causing the entire starry sky of the universe to tremble. Black holes appeared everywhere, and even the stars were about to fall. This ancient vicious beast opened its mouth and roared. Its blood-red eyes flashed fiercely. It knew that it would definitely die if it fought, so it tore open the void and escaped. However, before it left, it slapped down with its claws. Hundreds of small spaceships turned into cosmic dust and were destroyed in an instant. They couldn't resist at all. Yifan was shocked. Traveling in this dark universe, he actually met such a lonely and terrifying saint. The boundless starry region was indeed incomparably terrifying and mysterious. There's no need to pay attention to it. Let's continue. The huge fleet of motherships made another space jump. The 2 saints held the line to prevent the beast from following them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The expedition army combined the route that the siblings from the Violet Cloud royal family had taken when they were lost and carefully calculated the coordinates left by the southern demon. The road ahead was gradually becoming clear. Perhaps they would reach their destination soon. Half a month later, a battleship that was exploring the starry region and verifying the road ahead seemed to be startled. It quickly retreated. The captain's voice trembled as he reported a terrifying matter. "We found them. It's been 100,000 years. They're actually still here. They've existed for eternity." Very soon, everyone in the huge fleet of space carriers was horrified. They also saw a terrifying scene. That kind of majestic scene made every cultivator's hair stand on end. Even the Supreme Saint turned pale after seeing it. Chapter 1172. In the ice-cold starry sky, there was a vast expanse of darkness. It was boundless, majestic, and magnificent, carrying with it a boundless pressure. It approached from afar, making even the saints' faces turn snow-white. The universe was extremely vast, boundless without end. Even if humans could travel across it, they could only move about in a limited area for their entire lives. In the face of this unknown dark sky, they were too insignificant and insignificant. It was almost impossible to encounter anything in the star domain, and loneliness was the eternal theme. However, today this norm was broken. What they saw was extremely shocking, and when they woke up, they felt a chill from head to toe. Their mothership fleet was enormous and majestic, but at this time, compared to the large steel forest on the other side, they seemed very weak and insignificant. That was a huge fleet, and every ship was incomparably vast. The smallest was thousands of zhang in length, while the largest was tens of thousands of zhang in length. They stretched across the sky, densely packed and covering the heavens and earth. After drifting through the cosmos for who knew how many years, they had long since been engraved with the long river of time. However, time was still immortal, existing since ancient times. "It's really them." Even the ancient saint's voice was trembling. The ice-cold fleet was even more majestic and magnificent than their mothership fleet, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was an invincible overlord that could sweep through the cosmos. Even though most of the battleships were already dim and the luster wasn't as bright as before, that kind of dignity and grandeur was still there. In particular, the immortal great Tao traces hadn't faded and were still flowing, emitting a supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was eternal glory, the crystallization of a peak-era civilization. They had once swept through the 6 directions and 8 desolates, reigning supreme in the cosmos they could reach. Wherever their war flag pointed, all would submit. However, even now, they no longer had a trace of life fluctuations and became lifeless. At a glance, it was like an ancient tomb. This was a type of desolation, and even more so a type of desolation. All of the glory, all of the past, had been buried in the dust of history, drifting alone through the cosmos. This was a group of incomparably terrifying ghost ships. After all these endless years, people's expressions changed at the mention of these ships. When facing them, it was like facing death gods, like evil spirits that had broken free from their shackles in hell. 100,000 years ago, their brilliance was boundless, creating an unprecedented flourishing age. That was a great era of prosperity, illuminating the world with an unrivaled divine splendor. However, as they came to an end and reappeared after a period of time, they became synonyms for death and fear, shocking the entire universe. No one knew what had happened. After an expedition into the depths of the universe, the once invincible fleet set foot on a path of no return, and when it reappeared, it became a ghost ship. This was a nightmare. The invincible Radiant had transformed into the shadow of death. The first mothership fleet that discovered them rushed over to take a look. In the end, they became the followers of the Grim Reaper and became a part of it. Because of this, the ancient sages of the Eternal Lord Star were alarmed. In the end, 11 ancient sages went, but none of them returned. After a long time, when people saw them again, they discovered that the warships of the 11 sages had also become part of them. And at that time, as long as 20,000 years had passed, people felt that the dangerous period had passed. Even if there had been a terrifying entity in the fleet in the past, it should have long since left, and the mystery could be unraveled. However, the nightmare continued, and the terrifying past repeated itself. The 4 ancient sages boarded this fleet, and without a sound, they disappeared with them into the depths of the dark universe, never to return. 50,000 years later, it appeared again. There was no end, no beginning, and it was unknown where it was heading, moving forward aimlessly in the void universe. At that time, after the various hegemons of the Eternal Lord Star learned of this, they sent 10 sages together to block their way in the cold universe and enter deep into the fleet. However, the nightmare continued, and it did not end. The 10 sages all disappeared, just like their predecessors, never to return. At that time, the people of the Eternal Lord Star were anxious and mobilized a large number of destructive weapons. They were unwilling to reveal the strange and terrifying truth, and launched an attack that could destroy a star field. It was a scene that made people's hair stand on end. The light beams that could destroy planets, suns, and many other celestial bodies were of no use at all. These ghost ships floated tirelessly without a beginning or an end. All the divine items of the Great Path and the divine light were useless against them. On the contrary, a strange wave spread out, and the motherships that participated in the attack were all turned into dust, turning into cosmic dust. No one escaped. The terrifying past terrified the people of the Eternal Lord Star. In the past 100,000 years, they had ventured deep into the universe to mine, and they had encountered them 14 times. They appeared in different star fields, separated by who knew how many galaxies. It was hard to imagine how they had arrived. The last time they met was 40,000 years ago, in a remote galaxy that was unimaginably far away. Since then, they had never appeared again, and people thought that they had disappeared in the desolate frontier of the universe. Who would have thought that the ancient specter ship would appear again? Just like in the past, their silence had never changed in the past 100,000 years. They were lifeless, and the living avoided them. Get out of the way, make way for them. Fear spread, and even the saints had ugly expressions. It was this terrifying fleet of ghost ships that had silently swallowed their ancestors. No one could stop them. Even now, they would not forget the tragedy of the past. Unless the ancient gods were resurrected, they would only die a tragic death if they went up. This was a cold steel jungle, but also a graveyard of death. It could bury ancient saints and devour all the strong. 100,000 years ago, that was the peak of glory. What did the strong who went on the expedition encounter? Why did it become like this? This was the question on everyone's mind, but no one could answer it since ancient times. Even where they were going and what they wanted to conquer, no one could find out, because they did not leave behind any clues. This invincible fleet had quietly traveled far away. Could it be? 100,000 years have passed, and we still can't uncover the truth? After such a long time, maybe there is nothing there anymore. The younger generation was too far away from that period. Some hot-blooded youths could not resist the curiosity in their hearts, and wanted to be the exploration heroes that tore apart the fog. Kill anyone who dares to act recklessly. The ancient saint personally gave the order. The more powerful one was, the heavier their heart felt. How many ancient saints had fallen back then? There was no lack of outstanding figures among them. The 10 saints from 50,000 years ago had boarded with a mentality that the past had long passed, and that everything had been smoothed over with time. In the end, they were all annihilated. Just how powerful was this fleet back then? Looking at the scale, it is truly vast and magnificent to the extreme. Could it be that they had gathered all the strength of the former Eternal Lord Star? Some nobles could not help but feel their hearts palpitate and ask this question. This fleet was truly too magnificent. It was like a dark cloud covering all directions, so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Among them, there were 4 giant ships that were at least 200,000 zhang long, much grander than the motherships of the present day. They were densely packed at the center of the fleet. If these ghost ships that had existed since the ancient times were giants, then this fleet of expeditionary ships was only a dwarf. They could not be compared at all. Back then, our Eternal Lord Star was truly glorious. Perhaps extreme prosperity leads to decline, and even the heavens could not bear to see it continue. An ancient saint looked at the 4 giant ships with a pale face. He spoke of some ancient past events, causing people to inhale a breath of cold air. In that era, the Eternal Kingdom had indeed reached an extremely powerful flourishing age. It was already very glorious for an ancient star to produce 3 great sage in an era. However, 100,000 years ago, the people of the star field achieved a breakthrough and broke the norm. No one knew whether it was 7 great sage, or a few more could be added. In short, it was world-shaking and had reached a shocking level. People said that if there were no accidents, a god might have been born in that era. In the end, their wishes were not fulfilled. That expedition was led by the 4 great sages. In the center of the ghost ships that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the 4 magnificent motherships that were 200,000 feet long were the exclusive holy ships of the great sages. What? 4 great sage-level motherships? Back then, there were 4 great sages who led the fleet on an expedition. How terrifying was their combat strength! They disappeared in such a strange manner and became ghost ships in the end? Many people were shaken and expressed their shock at this result. The ancient saints felt bitter in their hearts because some of their direct ancestors had died in unknown ways. The enormous ghost ships carried an aura of death as they passed by their eyes. No one dared to go forward and could only watch the glorious relics of their ancestors from afar. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Something's not right. What's that? What's that? There's a huge iron chain between the 4 great sage ships? None of the motherships could scan that area because there was a strange fluctuation being emitted from that area that could block all probing. A noble stood outside the mothership and gathered his courage to look into the distance. He used his heavenly eye to observe the indescribable scenery. However, the distance was too far. In the blurry darkness of the universe, the distance between any celestial body was unreachable and boundless for humans. Move closer. An ancestral saint also noticed the situation and ordered a mothership to fly forward. He didn't dare to get close and only watched from afar. Many experts rushed out of their spaceships and gazed into the distance. As their eyes opened and closed, beams of light shot forward. Yi Fan also left the battleship and stood on the body of the ship to look into the distance. His heavenly eye was extremely sharp, so he immediately saw the inside story and was immediately shaken. It's a huge ancient coffin. An ancient saint cried out involuntarily. They got even closer. Everyone gazed into the distance in fear and amazement and finally saw the miraculous scene clearly. The 4 ancient ships of the great sage were each in a different direction, and there was a massive coffin locked within each of them as they floated through the universe. It was unknown what the ancient coffin was made of. It seemed to be made of gold yet not gold, stone yet not stone, wood yet not wood. The material was unknown. It was simple and unadorned, as if it had passed through an unimaginable amount of time in the river of time. 4 thick chains were tied to it, shackling it in the center of the 4 great sage motherships. It seemed incomparably heaven-defying and evil. Although the coffin was huge, it seemed very small when compared to the 4 great sage ships. However, when everyone looked forward, they immediately ignored the 4 great sage ships and only had eyes for the coffin. In the cold cosmos, it was the only one. There was a terrifying existence that proved that it was the eternal protagonist of the world. An ancient saint said with a trembling voice, "In the past 100,000 years, our eternal starfield has discovered the ghost ships that represent death 14 times. However, each time, we could only see the 4 great sage ships. There was only darkness between them, like a boundless mysterious void that couldn't be seen through. Who would have thought that we would actually see through it today? Or perhaps it could be said that it has revealed its true appearance." Another ancient saint said with a solemn expression, "So in that case, our ancestors sent out 4 great sage ships for this coffin? They excavated, Or perhaps the spoils of war they obtained was this huge ancient coffin. The ancient saints all muttered to themselves. Yi Fan looked at the mysterious ancient coffin and great waves surged in his heart. Since the darkness has disappeared, everything can be seen. Perhaps we can go over and take a look. Let's stake it all. I will go and take a look to uncover this terrifying ancient mystery. A noble said. Chapter 1173. Facing an ancient mystery was a difficult choice that filled one with the desire to explore but at the same time filled their hearts with fear. Those from the Eternal Lord Star naturally wanted to uncover the reason for the mysterious deaths of their ancestors. Now, the boundless dark void had disappeared and only a giant coffin had appeared. This made their thoughts even stronger. That's right. Perhaps we can blow away the fog and restore the truth of the past. The terrifying crisis is most likely over, another noble responded. This was a major event that transcended the ancient times. If they could find out the truth, it would bring them great prestige and benefits. The eyes of some arrogant nobles flickered. 100,000 years ago was an ancient and mysterious era. There must have been a reason for 4 great saints who could sweep through the starry sky to make a move and muster such a large force. It wasn't that the 4 great sages didn't reap any rewards. They locked the ancient coffin and embarked on their return journey. That was the item they were escorting, and it might be a priceless immortal item. Of course, the danger was obvious, but it was worth the risk. If they could gain something, it would most likely have a profound impact that would shake this era. You guys go and investigate. A noble ordered a few suicidal warriors to go forward and investigate with their lives. Among all kinds of terrifying legends, there was no such thing as the ghost ship taking the initiative to attack the spectators. Sending a few suicidal warriors to investigate shouldn't bring disaster to the fleet. Regardless of the era, there was no lack of people who walked on the edge of a blade and lingered between life and death. Their choices determined their fate. Different lives had different manifestations. The strength of these black-clothed people wasn't weak. 2 of them had already severed their paths. Of course, this was also the reason why they were willing to become suicidal warriors. Only by receiving the nurturing of the ancient undying clans could they obtain precious medicines and evolution fluids to advance. Now, the time to show their value had arrived. Without a sound or a single word, they flew towards the huge black mass of ships. This was a tomb of death built from a forest of steel. It had existed in the universe for 100,000 years. The ancient saints and nobles were all paying close attention. Everyone held their breath as they watched the suicidal warriors enter the fleet. Perhaps they could unravel the eternal mystery. More importantly, if there was no danger, this would be an unimaginable amount of wealth. Whoever obtained it would immediately become an overlord of a region. The 4 great sage-level motherships, the boundless corvettes, could sweep through the star domain 100,000 years ago, and now they still could, not damaged. Soon, the 6 Deathsworn approached the 4 20,000-meter-long Great Sage-class ships and entered the space where they clustered. They're getting closer. Nothing unexpected has happened. Everyone became excited, and even some nobles couldn't hold themselves back anymore. If there was no danger, they would rush over to receive this batch of peerless saint artifacts. If the 4 great sages' corpses were still there must be divine treasures left behind. Quick, let's see what's different about that coffin. A royal noble impatiently said. The most uncertain factor was naturally the huge coffin. Perhaps all the danger was coming from it. Otherwise, why would the 4 ancient great sage tie it up? The death warriors were very careful. When they were 3 kilometers away, they circled around the coffin and gestured to this side. They didn't discover any danger. Suddenly, a person's expression seemed to shake, causing the cultivators on this side to become nervous. They all looked in the direction he was pointing. We can't see it from this angle. Move the mothership and go around to take a look. An ancient saint said. Everyone began to move to another part of the starry sky to take a look. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. After changing the angle, he further discovered the secret of the ancient coffin. The other corner of the coffin had a crack moved. To be more precise, there were several cracks. There was a coffin inside, not just one layer, but several layers of coffins made of the same material. 1, 2, 3. 8 layers of the ancient coffin had been moved away. When it reached the 9th layer, it was stopped and couldn't move. Because the angle of the movement was very small, one wouldn't notice it if they didn't look carefully. Only the last layer of the coffin was undamaged. It was like a solid body without a single crack. Divine 9-layer coffin. Yi Fan was shocked. Just as he guessed, this huge coffin was not simple at all. It was the coffin of a deity from countless years ago, and it should have been buried above the 9 heavens. At this moment, he finally understood why the Eternal Kingdom mobilized so many people and sent out the 4 world-shaking great sage 100,000 years ago. It was because what they wanted to do was not ordinary. They actually crossed the 9 heavens and stole the coffin of a deity. The 4 great sage forcefully opened the 8 layers of the coffin, but when they truly touched the 9th layer, they encountered a devastating disaster. That was the ancient great sage, invincible in the heavens and earth. In the era when the ancient emperors didn't appear, who could compete with him? He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths with no opponents. However, the 4 great sage worked together and led this boundless fleet to deal with a dead deity, but they were completely annihilated. Yi Fan's body was cold from head to toe. It wasn't the first time he saw the 9-layer coffin of the mythological era. This was because he had one in his cauldron. Killing Saint Qi Luo and the others suggested that he throw it away and bury it in the universe, but he didn't and still kept it by his side. Back then, he used his golden divine blood to open the outer layers of the coffin. Thinking about it now, he felt a chill run through his body. If he continued to open it like these great sage, he would probably have died many years ago, right? A deity had died a long time ago, but it still couldn't be touched by the stunning great sage. What kind of extreme combat power did this represent? Go to the great sage's ship and take a look, a noble ordered. 2 Deathsworn boarded a magnificent ship. Even though time was merciless and time flew by, the great sage-level ship was still intact and flowing with a dim luster. The 2 Deathsworn boarded, and not long after, someone came out and waved excitedly at them, telling them that there was an important discovery inside. The physical body of the great sage is undamaged. There were only 8 words, but they seemed to have a strange magical power. Both the nobles and the ancient saints couldn't sit still and were all excited. The value of that mysterious coffin was definitely immeasurable, but they couldn't determine its level yet. However, the divine treasury of the great sage could be seen. It was easy to imagine that it was worth it to obtain a corpse. There must be a top secret within their bodies. Perhaps they could find the 7th or even the 8th stage of the evolution fluid. One had to know that 100,000 years ago was a glorious peak that produced many great sages. It was inseparable from the most powerful evolution fluid. Those 4 were the rulers of that time, so how could they not have immortal elixirs? There was a commotion. An ancient saint spoke, forcefully suppressing everyone's impulses. Even though the crisis seemed to have been resolved and the ghost ship didn't devour lives like it did in ancient times, they still couldn't be careless. The giants discussed for a while, and finally, an ancient saint brought a group of people over to board the great sage's ship to move the divine treasury. The death-sworn soldiers that went over earlier couldn't even get close to the body of the fallen great sage. They were stopped by the terrifying supreme being Dao marks, and if they took another step forward, their bodies would be crushed to pieces. An ancient saint personally led the group, but they didn't immediately enter the forbidden region. Instead, they stopped at the side of the dark mass of ships for a long time. Only after seeing that there were no problems with the death-sworn soldiers inside for a long time did they feel at ease. Over 100 people boarded a great sage ship. Soon after, loud laughter sounded. It was clear that they were extremely excited after seeing the world-shocking divine treasury. Haha. Perhaps we can obtain the great sage-level evolution fluid. Everyone, there is no danger here. All of the warships and motherships are ours. A half-saint laughed loudly as he walked out from the ancient ship. This type of news immediately made everyone excited, their bodies all trembling. Forget about everything else. If they could obtain this type of glorious fleet, then it would be worth it. The 12 great king clans' strength and backing would advance by leaps and bounds. 4 great sage-level ancient ships, as well as many Saint King-level warships, and there are even exceptional mechas. Everyone immediately erupted into chaos, all of them becoming stupefied. Then, they almost went crazy, all of them wishing to rush forward. Suddenly, an ancient saint's expression changed, hurriedly shouting, "Not good, disaster has reappeared, hurry and return." His face was snow-white, veins jumping on his forehead. He roared loudly, truly wishing he could rush over and bring everyone out. What happened? What happened? Everyone was confused, all of them looking forward. What did they touch? Why did the ancient coffin become dark, unable to see through it, turning into an expanse of primal chaos. Everyone was alarmed. In the past, wasn't the ancient ghost ship just like this? The four great sage ships were covered in darkness, a boundless void, representing death and loneliness. Now, this type of situation reappeared. Hurry and return. Everyone cried out loudly, not even the saints able to calm down. Divine light erupted from their eyes, staring rigidly forward. However, everything was too late. The 100 or so individuals all lost their auras, entering the ancient ship, thus disappearing. No! Many giants cried out loudly. The terrifying legend of the ancient ghost ship reappeared, even devouring a saint, cutting off his path of life. Wang. Suddenly, the void trembled, a figure rushing out from the great sage ship. That ancient saint appeared, doing everything he could to struggle, wishing to escape. His face was full of fear, unknown what he had encountered. Save me! He reached out his hand with difficulty, rushing out from the ancient ship, wishing to break free from the fleet. Outside, an ancient saint saw this, quickly lending a hand, because that saint was only a dozen or so steps away from the ghost ship region. Even though each step was difficult, he was still going to break out. However, something even more terrifying happened. It was as if there was an invisible large hand pulling at that escaping individual, slowly pulling him backwards, unable to come out. Meanwhile, the ancient saint who rushed to the ghost ship also released a great cry of fear, his face devoid of all color, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. He himself couldn't budge an inch, as if he was pulled by an invisible hand, entering the ghost ship region. Then, his facial features distorted, silently disappearing into the void. Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. These were two saints. To them, they were unrivaled existences that could sweep through an ancient star. Yet at this moment, they seemed so helpless and weak, being taken away just like that. This was an absolutely terrifying scene. Why? What exactly is going on? Many kings were trembling. However, this was not the end. A strange fluctuation spread out, sweeping towards everyone. They were about to become a part of the ghost ship. No! Everyone was terrified, and they roared in anger. Yi Fan's heart was even more shaken. Others didn't know, but he felt it the clearest. This terrifying fluctuation actually contained a wave of void power, similar to the Ji clan's great Tao of Void, and it was coming for him. Void Emperor he is. Void Emperor. Yi Fan was astonished. The divine 9-layered coffin buried above the 9 heavens might belong to the Void Emperor. No, there are 2 other types of terrifying power, not any weaker than this void power. They are tangling with it. His heart surged with monstrous waves. 3 ancient emperors, their powers were tangling with each other. After thinking of this possibility, Yi Fan was shocked to the extreme. How was this possible? But it was indeed true. It's over, we are also going to become a part of the ghost ship. At this moment, many kings were in despair. Chapter 1174. The murderous spirit of the ancient ghost ships reappeared. They had been drifting in the terrible universe for so many years, like a group of ghosts, silent and silent. Whenever they appeared, there would be a great calamity. Everyone thought that after 100,000 years, the calamity had become a thing of the past, but today it was proven that time could not erase them. They were still so heaven-defying. A large number of ships were black and boundless. The cold metallic luster was dim, but it was the most terrible graveyard in the world. Waves were spreading. Quick, make a space jump. Even the saints were anxious. Some people tore open the void and left directly, while others built a stargate, wanting to take away the fleet. They were far enough away and had a buffer time. Half of them retreated and successfully escaped. Only the people in Yi Fan's area could not succeed, because one of the great void paths was mainly aimed at them. To be exact, it was because of Yi Fan. The Rising Sun royal family was anxious. The 5 motherships and a large fleet could not make a space jump at all. They were imprisoned by a mysterious force and could not escape. This was a great disaster. In addition to the Rising Sun royal family, the motherships of half of the nobles were blocked. The construction of the Stargate failed. In front of the Great Void Path, their space laws were not enough. What kind of power is this? The great laws of the ancient ghost ships are unparalleled. Are we all going to be buried here? Everyone's faces were pale. They wanted to fly away with their bodies, but found that it was impossible. They were all fixed by the power of the void. They would not forget the miserable state of the two saints just now. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing them apart and pulling them into the door of death. Their facial features were distorted, and they could not break free. "It's coming for me." Yi Fan's scalp was numb. No matter how many methods and magical powers he had, he could not get rid of it. This was the aftermath of the power of the ancient great emperors for more than 100,000 years. He felt that he could be turned into ashes at any time. In front of this kind of power, an individual was too small, even if he was about to become a saint. There was no sound in front of him. A terrible disaster was happening. 2 motherships and hundreds of frigates were broken inch by inch, turning into cosmic dust. The waves were about to spread here. "I don't want to die. Why would the primeval emperor want to kill me for no reason?" At the moment of life and death, Yi Fan truly understood how insignificant his strength was. To the masses, ancient emperors were akin to gods. No one had the strength to contend against them. The situation was critical. That wave of fluctuations quickly arrived, shattering the 3rd mothership and a large number of ships. The holy artifact was extremely weak and couldn't withstand a single attack from the aftermath. The situation was critical, but Yi Fan's heart calmed down. Perhaps he was going to die, but he couldn't panic. His body couldn't move, so he had to be calm. The destructive power belongs to the other 2 great emperors. The great Tao of the void is merely spreading. It hasn't destroyed any living beings. After Yi Fan calmed down, he felt that time seemed to have stopped. In a split second, he made all kinds of judgments and used his golden spirit to display the profound meaning of the great void technique that he knew. "The great Tao of the void is coming for me. The only thing I can attract him is his Tao." Golden divine senses resonated, merging with the unmatched great Tao. He discovered that his body could move, no longer restricted. His judgment was correct. Clang. Then, Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out an ancient mirror. Tao patterns interweaved, simple and unadorned. On it were the sun, moon, stars, and the universe's chaos. It explained the mysteries of the void. This was a royal weapon that Jianghu had left in the Eternal Kingdom. It was obtained by the people from heaven and fell into his hands. He didn't expect it to become a life-saving talisman. Once this mirror appeared, the ignorant great Tao of the void seemed to have gained consciousness. It was as if a person had come back to life and protected it. Pop! The replica of the void mirror shattered, and the tens of thousands of patterns imprinted inside turned into rays of light. They entered the universe and were absorbed by the great Tao. Yi Fan was shocked. This ancient mirror wasn't strong and could even shatter him. However, it was like a primer that revived the great Tao of the void that had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years. Rumble! In the center of the specter ship, the divine spirit 9-layered coffin emitted strands of multicolored light. It was immortal light that interweaved into a pattern. The dark void gradually turned into light. Everything in front of the coffin could be seen. The other 2 mysterious fluctuations were being suppressed, and the destructive power was retreating. A primitive great emperor-level fluctuation was fighting for supremacy. They tangled with each other and obliterated each other. It was indescribably complicated and looked abnormally evil. Why is it like this? Yi Fan had almost never been as shocked as he was today. Didn't they say that it was difficult to meet great emperors and that they couldn't fight in the same world? But now he saw 3 kinds of emperor patterns. The great Tao of the void was fighting 1 against 2. In this silent confrontation, the universe's starry sky began to tremble. The stars in the sky were about to fall. Chi! 3 rays of light rushed out from the ancient coffin and entered the boundless sea of stars. They became eternal, became the heavenly Tao, and merged with the world's origin. They twisted, tangled, and interweaved like gods in a life-and-death battle. This is the continuation of the battle from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It is the end of the battle between the great emperors. Yi Fan's voice was trembling. It was really hard to imagine that such a thing could happen. In the depths of the universe, in the boundless sea of stars, he saw the aftermath of the great emperor's power. Who were those 2? Yi Fan knew that this wasn't a true confrontation between great emperors. It was because the people involved had long passed away in meditation. It had been too long. This was only the continuation of their Tao, a conquest. The outstanding figures of endless generations were buried in the starry sky. Just the aftermath alone made the 4 great sages suffer grievances, making several dozen ancient saints fall, forming the terrifying ghost ship. This was the ghost ship secret, created by the three unmatched existences. Even now, their aftermath hadn't been extinguished yet. It's them. It's definitely them. Yi Fan felt his entire body go ice-cold. He understood the other two's origins. They were definitely from Undying Mountain. Back then, there was first the Great Completion Divine Body, and then there was the Void Emperor. The divine might of two eras suppressed the darkness chaos and quelled Undying Mountain's great calamity. Everyone knew that the Great Completion Divine Body's body declined due to old age. In his later years, he died at the Sacred Cliff, killed by someone. The Void Emperor took over and resisted everything. In the end, he also slowly grew old. When he succeeded and stopped, he was already in his twilight years. Not long after returning to his family, he buried himself in the boundless void chaotic streams. That era was too difficult. Undying Mountain didn't have just one unmatched existence. The Void Emperor had killed one before, and later on, he charged in alone. He fought against them with the intention of destroying everything indiscriminately. It could be said that that was the most difficult period of the human race. A human great emperor and several unmatched existences fought and dealt with each other. It was truly too difficult to quell the chaos. Moreover, the other restricted regions were also moving. It was hard to imagine just what kind of predicament the Void Emperor faced back then. Later generations obtained bits and pieces from the vanished desolate antiquity documents and restored some of the facts of the past. During the Void Emperor's era, the 7 great restricted regions were all active. This was a secret that wasn't recorded in historical records. It was an inference made by later generations after gathering endless rumors. That was a great era of darkness. Among the ancient great emperors, the Void Emperor might have suffered the most because he faced too many difficulties. Just what kind of pressure did he endure alone? It was unimaginable because he might have faced more than one restricted region's chaos. No one knew how he successfully quelled all the chaos, and even more so, no one knew what kind of price he paid. All of these, not many people in the current world knew. Yi Fan also only heard some rumors. Later on, when he asked GZ for confirmation, he only believed it after seeing his tacit agreement. There were also rumors in the world that the Grand Xia Empire's Grand Emperor might be the second reincarnation of the Void Emperor. Yi Fan also asked GZ about this, but he sadly shook his head. There were only a few desolate antiquity secrets that were passed down. It was said that the Void Emperor faced the most hardships. To be able to quell the chaos, he himself paid an unimaginable price. From birth, he fought until his old age. He faced several restricted regions alone, but in the end, he still managed to quell the chaos. What kind of price did he pay? Yi Fan learned the truth from GZ. The Void Emperor had the undying medicine, but he only lived for one lifetime. Needless to say, this was a sad song. He fought the most among the great emperors, faced the most enemies, and paid the greatest price. The flourishing era of the human race that appeared later had a lot to do with his foundation. When he was alive, he beat his enemies until they were cold. When facing the great emperors of the later generations, his enemies didn't dare to waste any more time. In the later years of the Void Emperor, his body was weak. When he was about to pass away, he buried himself in the boundless void. The world didn't know that his battle hadn't ended yet. He fought against 2 supreme existences in the starry skies. Yi Fan muttered. At this moment, everyone could move. The great Tao of Void appeared, suppressing the other 2 destructive powers. Everyone felt as though they had been granted amnesty and quickly retreated. The curtains fell on the war between emperors over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, the aftermath also emitted the ultimate radiance. There was an outcome. Clang! The final layer of the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era was actually opened. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes from afar, using all of his cultivation to observe, wanting to see through to the end. The aura of the great ancient emperor spread. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, all the motherships trembled and all the creatures knelt down. At this moment, the green bronze shone. Only when facing the most terrifying aura in the world did it recover and stabilize Yi Fan's body. In this starry sky, he was the only one who didn't kneel down. The ancient coffin buried in the 9 heavens opened. A majestic body fell down, holding a broken weapon in his hand. It was actually cast from eternal blue gold and dyed in the blood of emperors. Bang! The eternal blue gold had already shattered into dozens of pieces over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, this imperial weapon turned into a stream of light and flew in all directions, disappearing into the cosmos. This was the extreme Tao weapon of the enemy that the Void Emperor destroyed in the past. At the same time, another majestic body fell down from the ancient coffin. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, shaking the world. Void, you fought for your entire life. Even before death, you dragged us down with you. Although I hate you, I still respect you. This was the remnant will of a majestic figure from more than 100,000 years ago. You calculated that we would come and faked your death in the coffin. Even though your body is old and weak, you still managed to kill us in the end. I'm not willing. This was the remnant will of another body. They had fallen over 100,000 years ago. At that time, their bodies should have disintegrated. The remnant will left behind in the past didn't disperse and remained until now. Now, inch by inch, they broke apart and turned into two beams of eternal immortal splendor, fusing into the cosmos. Boom! Large groups of ships were disintegrating. Spectre ship would no longer exist. Only a lonely ancient coffin was left. It shattered the iron chains and floated towards the depths of the dark cosmos. Quick, activate the transportation formation and seize the divine treasury of Spectre ship. Many nobles shouted. Yi Fan, however, didn't move at all. He quietly watched the distant ancient coffin. He felt a kind of sadness for the Void Emperor. After fighting for his entire life, the last person, a coffin, left alone in the cosmos. It had come to an end just like that. He recalled the words of the Black Emperor, and his heart was moved. The true great emperor of the human race is invincible. Even the true great emperor of the human race is dead. Since Void was born, he had fought until he grew old. Even before his death, he was old and weak. He still fought against the two supreme existences alone in a cosmos that no one knew about. He had the elixir of immortality, but he only lived for one lifetime. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "The true, great emperor of the human race is dead." That simple and unadorned coffin left alone into the darkness until it couldn't be seen anymore. Chapter 1175. The two words Great Emperor were extremely heavy. The extraordinary years were like fleeting clouds. What they truly faced was the loneliness of the endless ages. Shocking talents were envied by later generations, but who knew what they experienced in their lives? From birth to old age, they faced it alone. This was truly a sad song. Old friends, people from the same generation as them all died. Only he himself carried pain and weariness as he fought. His long life was filled with loneliness. The desolate era was in chaos, and the passage of time erased everything. The later generations had forgotten his achievements, that he had once fought alone in outer space until now. In the eyes of the people, the great emperor was unrivaled, glorious, standing at the peak. He was someone that people yearned for. But who could understand the Void Emperor's miserable old age? Even though he was old and weak, his blood energy dried up, he still fought. His companions and beauties of the past had long since become graves, and he was the only one who lived the latter half of his life. In the end, he silently went on his way, choosing to fight against a great enemy in outer space until the very last moment of his life. He walked towards the end alone. After 100,000 years, the curtains closed. A single person with a coffin, no one to send him off. Only he himself left into the distance, entering the dark and cold depths of the cosmos, mournfully burying his bones in a foreign land. This was a true great emperor. Streaks of holy light surged, blossoming in the starry domain. That enormous fleet, including the 4 great sage ships, were all breaking apart inch by inch, quickly disintegrating. The Void Emperor's coffin left into the distance. The chains were broken, and his corpse went on its way alone, buried in the boundless void. Meanwhile, the remaining enormous fleet was being destroyed. This type of scene was world-shaking, absolutely terrifying. The ancient ghost ships are collapsing, they've reached the end. In the endless distance, the people of the Eternal Lord planet were all actively taking action. They quickly operated the formations, transferring the various ancient ships and divine artifacts in the starry sky. Those were all priceless treasures. The 4 great sage ships became the focal point of everyone's attention. There were divine depositories there, unparalleled treasures. They couldn't allow them to be destroyed like this. Pang! However, after the 9-layered coffin left, this place went out of control. Large amounts of the fleet shattered, turning into cosmic dust. It was difficult to stop it. The hearts of the 12 nobles were dripping blood. Even the saints clenched their fists and did everything they could to save the ship. This was the radiant fleet from 100,000 years ago. It was unrivaled. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he couldn't defy the heavens. The void great emperor's coffin left into the distance. The space it stopped in began to collapse. This type of situation was irreversible. Hurry, construct the greatest stargate. Definitely lure out the 4 great sages' ships. Those are divine treasures. Even the ancient saints cried out loudly, personally taking action. In the heavens above, a gate that looked like it was forged from metal appeared. It was enormous beyond compare, as if it connected to the ends of the world. Symbols flickered about, locking down the area ahead. Boom! Swathes of metal fragments flew out and explosions rang out without respite. Silvery light flashed and even the sacred artifact was reduced to ash when it charged out. It's out! We've fished out a great sage's ship. An aristocrat excitedly shouted. They trembled and waved their arms with all their strength. They nervously stared at the ancient holy ship that flew out from the Stargate and released a boundless pressure. Not good. It's also breaking apart. It can't hold on any longer either. Everyone's heart sunk. Even though the great sage's ancient ship flew out, it had long been broken apart. Moreover, it was still breaking apart, silently disappearing. Too terrifying. Just the aftermath of that ancient coffin destroyed the great sage's ancient ship. This truly is horrifying. Everyone trembled. They didn't have the courage to chase after the divine coffin at all. Even though it was the target of the great sage's expedition more than 100,000 years ago and was extremely precious. Now, they could only leave it in the distance. Dazzling light erupted, and explosions continued. The great sage's ship broke apart into pieces. An ice-cold corpse fell out from within, drawing everyone's cries of alarm. It's the great sage from 100,000 years ago. Everything has been destroyed, and only his corpse was preserved. Within the destructive fluctuations, explosions continuously rang out. Only an aged corpse hadn't broken apart, the only thing that could still be considered complete. The saints took action together, not a single one of them wishing to capture him. However, doubt traces interweaved. The great sage's body began to collapse, making several ancient saints back up in alarm. This truly is a world-shocking horror. The final fluctuations from that ancient coffin actually produced such terrifying results. The great sage's body was blasted into blood and crushed bones. Within his body, a dim blood gourd fell, enduring the aftermath of the Tao laws. Kacha! The blood gourd also released shattering sounds, affected. However, it didn't completely shatter in the end, only having half of it left. Everyone was shocked. The aftermath continuously destroyed the ancient ship, corpse and gourd, 3 types of great sage weapons, and only now did it disappear. One could imagine just how terrifying it was. That was just the remnant fluctuations of an ancient coffin from more than 100,000 years ago, yet it could still be like this. When faced with everything, everyone could only feel shock and fear. They couldn't say anything for a long time. In the depths of the cosmos, the earth-shattering fleet that had swept through the starry sky 100,000 years ago had been completely destroyed. Inch by inch, they turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Of the 4 great sage motherships, only this one broke free from the starry sky and rushed out of the Stargate. However, in the end, only half of the blood gourd was left behind. Let's see what kind of secret treasure was left behind. The blood gourd was collected by several ancient saints. They carefully checked it in one of the motherships. Outsiders were not allowed to approach, or else they would be killed without question. Everyone knew that they had picked up a treasure. How could the ancient great sage's items be ordinary? There were quite a few artifacts left behind in the broken gourd. Evolution liquid. There's actually the most powerful precious liquid from 100,000 years ago. This is truly a heaven-defying item. Cries of surprise came from within the mothership. A noble who had the qualifications to watch brought out such exciting news. The fleet immediately erupted. It's the 8th stage of the divine evolution liquid. When this news came out, it triggered a huge uproar.
One had to know that the most sensational thing in the eternal star domain in the last 50,000 years was the refinement of the sixth stage of the divine evolution liquid.
And now, an almost perfect precious liquid had actually appeared. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? It made people's mouths go dry. What a pity. 100,000 years is too long. Today, the medicinal properties have already deteriorated and are no longer the same as before. It can only barely approach the fourth stage of the evolutionary liquid. An ancient saint carefully examined it and came to this conclusion. It was unavoidably disappointing, but there was nothing they could do. Although it is regretful, this can still be considered a great harvest.
The amount of this precious liquid isn't small, worthy of being the work of the great sage.
Our 12 royal clans can all have a share. There were a few other precious artifacts inside the blood gourd. They were evenly divided by the ancient saints, and outsiders didn't know what they were. Meanwhile, this bottle of the most powerful evolutionary liquid was equally distributed among the 12 clans. The unexpected encounter with the ancient ghost ship resulted in the death of 2 saints and the destruction of several motherships. It could be said that the losses were not small. The Rising Sun royal clan was the most pitiful. The saints of this clan who had accompanied the expedition had fallen, and there was only one mothership left. The fleet was still in pieces, and the evolutionary liquid they obtained fell into the hands of their marquis. At this moment, Yi Fan collected his thoughts and no longer gazed into the depths of the starry sky. He withdrew his gaze and stared at the marquis in the mothership. This marquis had an illustrious status. He was a giant of the clan and had reached the semi-saint realm.
He might not necessarily be the one with the highest cultivation in the mothership, but his words carried the most weight.
The saint said that if some divine ores were added to this evolutionary liquid and continued to be refined, it might become the best fourth stage of the precious liquid. This time, the expedition against the Big Dipper will be rewarded according to your contributions. This bottle of precious liquid is waiting for you all. The giant said to boost morale. The other clans all had saints overseeing them. Now, they seemed the weakest and could only rely on themselves. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to reap great rewards in the Big Dipper. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He was recruited and was not qualified to enter the mothership. Now, he was in a battleship, watching this giant through a big screen. He was determined to get this bottle of evolutionary liquid. A huge stargate appeared, and dozens of motherships began to set off with a dense fleet. Everyone gathered their thoughts and set off for the Big Dipper star region. This time, we will conquer that ancient star. No one can stop us. Even the ancient ghost ship has disintegrated and can't do anything to us. This is an auspicious sign. We will become the masters of this starry sky.
The 12 marquis began to cheer for their subordinates, saying that the experience of trembling with fear not long ago was a good sign. They began to advance, constantly jumping through space. Under the starry sky, our radiance is everywhere. The mysterious Big Dipper will belong to us. We will bring the light of hope and transform that place into a divine land. After another month of trekking, this expeditionary army approached the Big Dipper and sensed a breath of vitality. We're here. It's right in front of us. Through that quiet star area, we can sense the aura of a life star. We will conquer it. Everybody cheered and gazed at the screen. Haha, hard work will always be rewarded. We've left our homeland and traveled to this star area. Finally, we will get something. I heard that those natives are guarding the treasure mountain. They don't know its value. All the rare resources will blossom in our hands. The mothership started to divide in an orderly manner. The 12 great clans each occupied one side. Apparently, they wanted to divide the Big Dipper. That ancient star is big enough, comparable to our eternal Lord Star. However, the most precious resources are mostly concentrated in the north. We need to discuss how to divide them. Our Lanto clan only needs these 3 areas. The Lanto clan's royal noble pointed at a secret map. What? Your Lanto clan's appetite is too big. Besides the Blood Phoenix Mountain and the Fire Chelan Cave, you also want to swallow the Origin Ancient Mine? That place has the most precious life stone. The Chow family's royal noble was discontented. This time, our Lanto clan provided the information and secrets of this ancient star. Otherwise, how could you find this place? It's reasonable for us to take the Origin Ancient Mine, said the Lanto clan's royal noble. No! The other great clans objected together. The Mo family's royal noble said,
Gentlemen, you can compete for the origin ancient mine. My clan only wants the immortal mountain and the holy cliff. This place is far from the north. We won't compete with you. My Zhao family chooses the ruins of God. Besides, we also want the nest of 10,000 dragons and the primitive lake in the north. The royal nobles all spoke up and chose their own targets. They didn't want to give in and started to argue. Yi Fan's face showed a strange expression. However, he didn't say anything. He just coldly observed their decision. The Purple Cloud clan's royal noble said calmly, "Gentlemen, don't argue. All of this was found from the sea of consciousness of the monster god. Let's see it with our own eyes before we decide." Correct. We are about to descend into the northern Dipper Star region. Let's make a trip there first and scout around. Seeing is believing. We can make a decision at that time. There is one thing that we must agree on. We definitely cannot attack each other.
Even if the origin ancient mine, Undying Mountain, Ruins of God, Fire Chelan Cave, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and the other great subordinate lands truly have immortal medicines, none of us can harbor evil intentions and plot against others.
Chapter 1176. The black mass of motherships advanced through the cold universe, passing through the long ancient starry sky path. Finally, they neared their destination. The enormous steel forest flickered with eerie luster. "I'm close, I'm back." Yi Fan was very excited. He had never thought that he would return in such a way, sitting on a metal battleship. He had left this starry sky for 2 years. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. He wondered how his old friends were doing. Had the path of immortalization opened? How many sages from the outer realms had come? Had there been a great change in this world? Everything was unknown, waiting for him to return to explore and understand. Starlight flickered. Ice-cold metal fleets streaked across the sky, directly entering this star domain, arriving at the destination of the expedition. The Big Dipper star domain possessed a majestic life force. It had already seeped into the starry sky from far away. "It's here, it's this great star." That's right, it's really a mysterious ancient star with life. It's only bigger than our eternal Lord star. Creation is truly miraculous to have created such a source of life. From now on, this place will shine with eternal radiance. It will be a divine land for our resurgence. At this time, even the great nobles couldn't hold it in anymore. They were incomparably excited, and their eyes were piercing. These natives are too useless. They guard a gold mine but don't know how to mine it. The spiritual chi here is abundant, but they only know how to cultivate. They don't know how to develop in an all-round way. We'll lead them. Based on their intuition, they guessed that this was an extremely ancient source of life. There must be secrets from the primal chaos era. Divine ores and immortal medicines definitely existed. Many people laughed loudly. After crossing the Sea of Stars for half a year, they had finally reached the end. This trip would definitely not be in vain. I hope the native bloodlines here are stronger. When the time comes, we can make use of them. We'll need them to mine divine ores, and the power of their bloodlines will help us cultivate. The experts of various races were all excited. All of them were rubbing their palms, ready to go all out and become interstellar heroes. A cold smile hung on Yi Fan's lips. Did these people really treat this place as a treasure trove of resources? Did they think they could kill and plunder as they pleased? The fleet that flickered with a cold metallic luster was densely packed, giving off an oppressive feeling. They arrived above the ancient star and came into contact with this huge star. As soon as they arrived, the distance between the 12 great royal clans automatically widened. They were all on guard against each other, afraid that someone would secretly attack their own people in order to fight for the godly medicine. Lightning flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The Big Dipper was a little different. The aura of the great path was chaotic, dark and unpredictable, as if it was covered by a large curtain. That's strange. Could it be that the path to immortality has really opened? Why does it feel so profound and unfathomable? I can't deduce anything? At this time, the saints that came with them walked out of the cabin one after another. They looked at the magnificent stars below and couldn't help but frown. They couldn't see through this place. There is no need to doubt that this is an ancient treasure ground. There is a layer of mysterious aura around it, so we cannot be careless. It's best to be careful. A saint reminded. His heart was a bit uncertain. What can there be here? It's just a group of natives that only care about the physical body. This place will become our treasure trove of resources. According to the memories of the demon god Sea of Consciousness, there are a few saints on this ancient star. However, with so many saints accompanying them, with so many motherships and Saint King armors here, it's enough to flatten them. A few kings didn't seem to mind and were full of confidence. They treated this place as their own territory and wanted to immediately divide it up. Of course, the Violet Cloud King family, Zhao family, and many other kings were still quite cautious. Seeing was believing, so they immediately sent out scouting ships to find out the truth. Something's wrong. This great star is very strange. I can't see through it. A saint spoke. His gaze was like lightning. He personally oversaw a mothership and stared at the large screen. He couldn't carry out an all-round scan, so in the end, he sent out a powerful divine sense. There's an exceptional ancient formation protecting this great star. It's carrying out a defense. Everyone was stupefied and revealed astonished expressions. Only a star that had produced ancient gods would have this kind of characteristic, having magical patterns automatically protecting it. That's right, back then, there was a Wan Qing who most likely touched upon that domain. There's also that Wu Shi. They quickly thought of Wan Qing and Wu Shi. They felt that the appearance of such ancient formation patterns was pardonable. Otherwise it would be wrong. The scouting ship is in the midst of a spatial jump and will head towards the Undying Mountain Range. Everyone, please wait patiently, a king from the Zhao family said. Not long after, the signal was transmitted and a clear image was projected on the large screen. The cultivators of the Eternal Lord Star were under attack. What is this? Is this a treasure that fell from the outer realms? Could it be a saint weapon? This might be a weapon that fell from the War of Gods in the outer realms. Quickly chase after it. It might be a great fortune. A group of cultivators from the Dragon Transformation secret realm chased after it. After that, several Immortal Foundation experts were attracted over. They chased after the scouting ship, wanting to capture it. In the various motherships, all the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned. After that, they couldn't help but laugh uproariously, tears almost flowing out of their eyes. A bunch of country bumpkins. How pitiful. They don't even know what a scouting ship is, thinking that it's a divine weapon. Heh. These are the so-called ascetics. It sounds nice to say that they're digging up treasures from the human body, but in the end, they don't even know anything. If we send a saint-grade mothership down, it's enough to sweep through their region. The 12 king and marquis were completely at ease. Many experts let out a long sigh and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such a group of ascetics was nothing. Swoosh. The scouting ship performed a spatial jump and disappeared from that region. This caused the group of natives to be dumbfounded. They lost their target and all of them retreated resentfully. In the outer realms, the 12 king clans were even more at ease. Their countenances were incomparably light. Such natives posed no threat at all. This is only a small area. Don't be impatient. It's best for us to investigate carefully. We can't let our guard down. Being at ease was one thing. Being reckless was another. After all, this was an expedition of incomparable importance. No one would be truly impulsive and take risks. The scouting ship approached Undying Mountain and captured a clear scene in the sky outside. Oh, this is truly a majestic black mountain. It's all the emperors of the mountain. They couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That boundless and majestic aura assaulted their faces, making every single one of them palpitate uncontrollably. Wait a moment, what is that? The scouting ship hadn't entered Undying Mountain yet, but it already captured a scene from far away. They saw a strange scene. It's just a turtle that can fly. What's there to make such a fuss about? After the scene froze, a king mocked and said to another person. Another king suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Something's wrong. This is a black tortoise. Oh no, this is actually an ancient medicine. It can actually choose its own resting place and fly through the sky." What this is? At this moment, even the saints were startled. They stared at the frozen scene and carefully observed it. This was a tortoise with a dragon head. It could also be called a black tortoise, but it had roots. It flew through the sky within Undying Mountain and scattered down sparkling radiance. Not to mention the many kings. Even the native Yi Fan was stupefied. He widened his eyes.
After so many years, he saw this stalk of undying medicine again, black tortoise, also known as the 10,000-year medicine. Back then when he, little girl, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui mistakenly entered Undying Mountain, they had seen this stalk of divine medicine. At that time, it was so shocked that it flew through the sky. This is a wondrous ancient medicine. It's a great natural opportunity. We have obtained the care of the heavens, and we will obtain an astonishing harvest here. A king swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, I believe this should be the ancient legendary, immortal medicine. It can be refined into a 9 revolutions immortal pill by deities, and it can also be refined into a perfect 9th layer evolutionary liquid by us. Their voices were all trembling. They never thought that there would be such abundant resources. The value was so shocking that they almost fainted. According to the demonic god Sea of Consciousness, there are many other places like this immortal earth, and their value is the same. Could it be that there are similar immortal goods? The group of people's breathing became hurried. All of this was too shocking. For them, the 9th layer evolutionary liquid was the world's greatest temptation. All of their eyes became red. Damn it, the Chao family took action first, rushing towards the great earth below. The Lan Tua clan didn't keep their promise either, descending first. The 4 motherships moved together, rushing towards the northern region together. The 12 great clans were originally separated, each guarding an area and taking precautions against each other. Now that they saw the 2 clans move, rushing towards their respective targets, none of them could remain calm. They were all scared that the good things would be taken by others first. The enormous battleship set sail, forming a black expanse. Another 4 clans moved, rushing towards the source of life below. Then, no one cared about anything else. The clans moved separately, rushing into their own target regions. The scouting ship that transmitted back images entered Undying Mountain and suddenly shattered, losing contact with them. How did it get destroyed? It seems to have been pierced through by an inexplicably powerful native. Oh, this ancient star is said to have several saints, and they all live in important places. We have to be careful. It's no matter. If a saint really appears, our sage and ancient Saint War Soldier King are vegetarians, so many motherships are enough to obliterate him in an instant. Many people on the motherships entered the ancient star with longing and beautiful hope, rushing towards the Origin Ancient Mine, Undying Mountain, Fire Qilin Cave, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and other places. Yifan also finally moved. The Rising Sun royal family only had 1 mothership left, and the saints had fallen. The remaining hundreds of battleships were no threat to him. He wanted to seize this mothership, and even more so, he wanted to get his hands on the evolutionary liquid. Calling dead dog. Yifan had long been familiar with how to use the battleship. He tried to get in touch with the people of the heavenly village in his own battleship. 2 years ago, he seized a holy ship outside Undying Mountain. Even though it didn't have the divine will inside and couldn't jump through space, all other functions were still there. He left it to the Black Emperor. Damn. It's really a hallucination. Why do I hear a bastard calling me? There was an entrance between the heavenly village and the outside world, and the Black Emperor's ship was right there. At this moment, it was a bit suspicious. A little baldy stuck his head out and looked around, holding a small wine jar. He burped and said, I heard it too. It seems to be Master's voice. That's right, it's me. It's not a hallucination. I'm back. Ah, Master. The little baldy sat on the ground and rubbed his big eyes. He stared at the big screen and said, Master, the Black Emperor forced me to drink. I didn't want to drink. I missed you. Damn, you're stealing wine again. What does it have to do with me? The Black Emperor almost swallowed him in one gulp. Then, he stared at Yifan in disbelief and said, Brat, you. Why did you come back? Don't talk about anything else first. I have something important to inform you guys. This time, we have a big operation. We will loot a large number of motherships, all of them are saint level. Yifan quickly passed on the message. The 12 royal families all had evolutionary liquid and motherships, so it was worth taking action. Ah, robbing wild aliens. The little baldy was the first to get excited. Chapter 1177. I have something important to report to the Marquis. After scanning and interrogating, Yifan finally boarded the mothership of the Rising Sun clan.
The people here were all direct descendants of the clan. Under normal circumstances, mercenaries were not allowed to disembark. The Lapis Lazuli was a magnificent ship with a length of 4,500 meters. It was a rare saint-level treasure ship with peerless combat power. Unfortunately, there was no saint to oversee it. Letting Yi Fan disembark could only be said to be a disaster. In today's world, who under the saint could subdue him?
What's the matter?
An expert of the Rising Sun clan asked with a trace of contempt in his eyes. They did not value mercenaries and temporarily recruited cultivators. They were originally used as cannon fodder. But now, this planet did not seem to be dangerous.
There were resources everywhere, so these people did not seem so important.
On the contrary, it might bring too much consumption.
I've come to take over this ship.
Yi Fan smiled.
What? How dare you, a lowly mercenary, dare to say such words?
The expert of the Rising Sun City royal family stood up.
Puff. Yi Fan pointed his finger, and a flower of blood appeared between the eyebrows of this person.
He died on the spot. His expression was frozen on his face as he fell straight down. Wha! There was chaos in the cabin. The people next to them all jumped up and their expressions changed. Such a thing had actually happened. It was unexpected. Who are you? Why did you betray your employer? A middle-aged man shouted. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Fan, and I come from this ancient planet. In your eyes, I'm a native, Yi Fan said. It's you, the ascetic who challenged the Chao family and caused the heavens to be disgraced. You actually came from here. Everyone was surprised. Quick, spread the warning throughout the fleet. A big shot shouted in exasperation. He was incomparably furious. The others also had a bad premonition and all retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan's combat power was so strong that there was no saint to stop him. In a flash, his divine technique was profound, and the vision of his saint body was displayed. Everyone was swept away and lost the ability to move. It's useless.
One of my Taoist bodies has gone to the main control room and cut off the connection between this ship and the outside world.
They are completely isolated. Yi Fan's voice was cold and ruthless. The mothership was very terrifying. When attacking from the outside, it was comparable to an ancient sage attacking. However, once Yi Fan entered, everything became ineffective against him. In the main control room, Yi Fan's Taoist body flashed with the 5-color divine light, directly smashing more than a dozen experts and knocking out the marquises of the Rising Sun clan who came after hearing the news. He quickly isolated the area and sealed off all the important areas to prevent the people of this race from doing something desperate and self-destructing. Things happened too suddenly. The people of the Rising Sun clan were completely dumbfounded. The mothership had changed owners. This was incomparably illusory and hard to accept. Yi Fan's Taoist body entered the main control room, while his real body swept away the experts in the huge mothership like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. No one could stop him wherever he went. An hour later, he had complete control of the mothership. Some of the leaders of the Rising Sun clan had died. The rest had become captives and were locked in a closed cabin door. They were full of unwillingness and incomparably depressed. This was like a myth. One person had captured one of their motherships so quickly. They were completely defeated and had no power to fight back. Yi Fan found the evolutionary fluid immediately. After opening the cork, essence overflowed. He sniffed it and immediately confirmed that it was beyond the 3rd stage. They said it's not as good as the 4th stage evolutionary fluid and needs to be nourished and refined. So, I'll keep it for now. Yi Fan didn't kill the captives because they were of great use. They knew how to control the war tools of the ancient sages, such as motherships and battleships, which could be handed over to the Heaven Village. Then, he controlled the Marquis and sent his divine thoughts into the Marquis's forehead. He issued one order after another, mobilizing hundreds of warships around the mothership. He told the fleet to enter the North region but not to act rashly. Then, he drove the mothership himself and jumped through space, directly arriving at the Heaven Village. The big black dog was very shocked, and his eyes glowed green. After seeing the spaceship 2 years ago, he already knew its value.
He drooled and said, my mothership is here." The little bald ran over and complained, "Master, when you were not here, the Black Emperor and Elder Duanda urged me to drink and plunder other people's treasures.
I didn't do it willingly. I miss you."
Haha.
I didn't think we would meet again one day, and so soon. Li Tian appeared.
He was as elegant as before, and his evil aura didn't diminish.
Your third disciple wasn't taught bad by others. He's just naughty by nature.
Yan Ishi's clothes were as white as snow, and she became even more elegant.
Waha, I didn't think I could catch aliens one day. This is great. Longma, who wished for the world to be in chaos, appeared. He was extremely fast and shot over like a scarlet cloud. His mane was like flames, and the scales on his sturdy body were dazzling. The Heaven Village was completely alarmed. Many people appeared and looked at the huge mothership. Everyone was very surprised. Especially when they saw Yi Fan, they were even more stunned. No one thought they could see him again. Those who set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky, the path of the strongest trial, since ancient times, not many people could return calmly. Even if they survived, it would be many years later. But now, only 2 years had passed, and Yi Fan appeared alive and well. Moreover, he kidnapped such a huge ship. It really made people speechless. I say, brat, did you actually set foot on the path of the starry sky? Why did you come back so soon? Don't tell me you became a deserter? Old Saber Honcho, the grandson of the killing Saint Chi Luo, said. The others laughed when they heard this.
Divine child.
Little Kay also appeared. She happily waved at them. A large group of people surrounded him. Even the killing Saint Chi Luo came. After not seeing him for 2 years, he had become even more aloof. He didn't have a trace of an assassin's temperament anymore. He was more like a philosopher with a transcendent temperament. This doesn't make sense. Why did you come back so quickly?
I heard from the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manner that it would be very difficult to find the way back after leaving.
The starry sky coordinates here aren't clear, so you can only slowly find your way back after becoming strong enough. The killing saint was doubtful. I missed everyone midway, so I took a small business trip. Today, I specially came back to see you guys and bring you a great gift. Yi Fan said with a smile. The group of people were speechless. Since ancient times, this was the first time someone came back midway after setting foot on the path of the starry sky. This could also be considered heaven-defying. I already sent people into the realm gate to deliver the news. Sacred Prince, Savage, GZ, Yao Yuekong, and the others will hurry over soon. The Black Emperor said. His eyes were very bright. He already knew that this time, he was going to do something big. Longma's eyes rolled back. He walked a large circle around the mothership, knocking here and there. After discovering that it was a divine artifact, he immediately became excited and shouted that he was going to loot it to the end. Yi Fan told everyone why he came back. Then, he asked the heavenly village to hurry up and take action. First, they had to detain all of the captives. They would be of great use in the future. The Black Emperor was the most excited and said, That's right, this emperor still has many things that I haven't figured out. This time, I will become the overlord under the starry sky. After breaking through their stargate, I will most likely be able to comprehend the great ancient emperor's 5-colored altar. Master. Yi Tong was the first to return. His eyes were filled with tears. He thought that it would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. He didn't expect to reunite so quickly. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. He discovered that after not seeing him for 2 years, his eldest disciple's heroic bearing was flourishing. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was about to sever the Tao. He was about to take that crucial step. Then, Li Heishui came. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran also arrived. They were all deeply moved to be able to meet again. Ha ha! A monkey covered in resplendent golden fur appeared. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He was like a deity that had come into being. Everyone could feel how powerful and terrifying the potential within his body was. Sacred Prince's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. During these 2 years, he made a trip to Mount Meru. After returning, he went into seclusion and obtained an extraordinary Tao fruit. His cultivation advanced greatly. However, when he saw Yi Fan again, he first laughed loudly. Then he became astonished and said, Sever the 8th layer of the Tao you. So fast? Yi Fan laughed and said, In a while, we will deal with those motherships and seize the evolution liquid. Our cultivation will at least increase by a level, maybe even a few levels. He explained the cause and effect,
making everyone nod their heads. Their eyes shone with divine light and they were incomparably excited. The Black Emperor hooted and said, "There is actually such a great use. How about this? This emperor will study the Stargate and will definitely break it soon. When that time comes, we will head straight to the Eternal Lord Star and rob them for a long time." Longma was also full of ambition and said, "Heh, I want to step into the starry skies and enter the Eternal Lord Star. I will call that Tomb Raider and have him dig up graves there."
Me too, me too.
The little Baldy raised his little hand and jumped up as if he was afraid of leaving him behind. The group of scourges had just heard some news and were already planning to attack the Eternal Lord Star. "Be careful, there is an organization called God over there, and there are many strange things about them. They are very terrifying,"
Yifan said, telling them to calm down first. The most important thing right now was to hurry up and take action.
Otherwise, he was afraid that the group of people might really attack the 7 great restricted regions.
"Let's go and capture wild extraterrestrials alive." The group laughed loudly and boarded the mothership at the same time.
If the people of the Eternal Lord Star heard this, their noses would definitely turn crooked from anger. They were actually being treated as prey.
For safety's sake, Killing Saint also went on his way.
That was because those motherships were all Saint grade and had saints holding the line. There were also some powerful war tools. At this moment, the flames of war were burning everywhere.
The Lantua race really headed straight for the Origin Ancient Mine.
A giant mothership led dozens of battleships outside the restricted region. They immediately sensed that something was wrong. "That's not right. There is a terrifying strange power here that is suppressing the various instruments within the spaceship. This place is barren with no signs of life at all.
It should be an ownerless land. The few ancient saints shouldn't be here."
In the end, dozens of battleships flew in to scout the way. They wanted to get to the bottom of it because the absolute beginning lifestone was more precious than their lives to them.
Rumble. However, something shocking happened.
All the battleships that entered the restricted region lost control. They all plunged into the ground and broke apart inch by inch. On another battlefield, the vast sea race of the Eternal Lord Star had obtained great rewards. They passed by an ancient race gathering place and attacked, cutting off their main mountain peak and stealing large amounts of resources. Not all ancient races had ancestral kings. The races in this region weren't very strong and were suppressed to the point where they couldn't retaliate.
These natives really can't do it. Let's go to the Fire Chelan cave and see what we can get from that divine land.
The king nodded and said, "The Lantua race is charging towards the Origin Ancient Mine. The Chao family and Mo family of the original Demon Sea are rushing towards Undying Mountain. We need to hurry and not fall behind."
Chapter 1178.
For some of the ancient races, today was an unforeseen event. It was the first time in many years that they had encountered an inexplicable attack.
The sea race headed north.
Following the imprint in Nan Yao's Sea of Consciousness, they found several ancient race residences and went on a rampage. Their battleships were densely packed as they broke through the holy lands of some races.
Too weak.
They can't even withstand a single blow. They attacked for resources, taking away some of the ancient race's medicinal fields and some divine ores from the treasury. Naturally, this led to a fierce confrontation. They were only a small race and weren't a match for them. Without an ancestral king, they had no power to fight back. They simply couldn't resist the saint-level mothership and the powerful mechas.
The sea race was very excited.
These races weren't strong and didn't have saints overseeing them. However, their treasury was rich, which made them even more certain that there would be a shocking immortal grade item in the Fire Chelan cave ahead. It's a piece of 7th Tribulation Earth essence. It's buried in their hands. This is one of the divine auxiliary ores used to refine the evolution liquid. It can be called a peerless item. The sea race was invincible. Their mothership covered the sky and pushed forward in a carpet fashion. They encountered fierce resistance when they arrived at the Blue Demon Abyss. Even 8 of their battleships were destroyed.
What? Such heavy losses?
There are 7 or 8 half-saints fighting back. Deploy the ancient saint mechas and flatten this abyss. The sea race's noble's expression was cold. This was the first time they had been obstructed since coming to the Big Dipper star region. 8 battleships had been sunk, which meant that hundreds of people had died. This was a huge blow to them. With a glaring light, 2 ancient saint war tools descended from the sky. One of them was a 9-meter-tall mecha. One held a spear flowing with scarlet mist,
while the other held a dragon saber as black as demonic light. They started a massacre at the same time. Screams rang out in the blue demon abyss. Many ancient race members were killed.
Blood surged and turned the place into a river of blood.
This was the first time the sea race had attacked. Although they had plundered several important places of the ancient races, they hadn't started a massacre like this. Now, they bared their sharp fangs and took revenge for their clansmen. Aboriginals who only know barbarian arts want to compete with the high-level races of the vast star region? Today, we'll beat you until you feel the pain. Hand over all the ancient saint artifacts. Otherwise, blood and bones will fill the abyss. The sea race's noble said coldly. Pooh! A streak of crimson light flashed as he entered the third Empyrean sacred Mecca. With a platinum holy sword in hand, he sliced off the head of a half-sage with his own hands, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The Blue Demon clan was not weak. It was known as one of the 10 great ferocious clans. The clan originally had a saint overseeing it, and its illustrious reputation spread far and wide. However, 2 years ago, they had bullied the human clan and challenged the authority of the saints. They had even wanted to kill Yi Fan and destroy the Qisha residents. They had wanted to provoke Gai Joyo to kill the saints of the human clan. During that calamity, one of the clan's ancestors managed to escape the calamity. Afterwards, he didn't dare to return to the clan, which was why today, this fierce clan was unable to resist. The secret map provided by the Southern Demon was targeted. For example, the Blue Demon race and the Demon race were fierce races that were filled with hostility and threat to the current world. They were a small source of chaos. 2 years ago, the Blue Demon clan was still insufferably arrogant and wanted to start a massacre against the human clan. Ever since Gai Joyo killed their ancestral king, they had suffered a disastrous decline. Now they had fallen to such a state and were being attacked instead. Below the Blue Demon abyss, screams rose and fell as corpses fell one after another. The fierce clans that used to be very powerful in the past were being defeated again and again today. A total of 7 Empyrean sacred war machines entered the underground world and were invincible. Everyone's metal body was stained with blood and broken bones as they mercilessly reaped lives. Boom! Suddenly, an Empyrean sacred mecha emitted a dazzling light. Cracks appeared on its surface and then it exploded.
What's going on?
The Marquis of the Sea Clan was shocked and returned to the mothership. Fearing that an accident might occur, he scanned the entire area with the mothership and deduced. The ancient formation is extremely powerful. The only thing that made him feel lucky was that this formation was broken and not complete. That Empyrean sacred mecha had mistakenly entered the intact formation pattern and was killed. This was the Great Sage's formation. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed by Gai Joyo that day. Otherwise, the people of the Eternal Lord planet might not have been able to take advantage of it today. Oh, there's an ancient city in the underground world. Open up their treasury for me. On this day, the Blue Demon clan encountered a great calamity. Their corpses were everywhere and they were almost exterminated. They suffered heavy losses and some of them killed a bloody path to escape. Unbelievable! This group of natives has a rich collection. The things piled up in their treasury are comparable to a divine ancient mine. The Sea Clan was shocked. When they opened the treasury, they were dazzled by the bright light and petrified. After a long time, there was a hubbub of voices.
Go all the way north and all these will belong to us.
The Sea Clan went crazy. 4 motherships and hundreds of battleships swept through all obstacles and pushed forward. It had to be said that they were very lucky. The route they took was the former habitat of the 10 great vicious clans. Although these clans were very fierce, some of them were not royal clans. The most important thing was that 2 years ago, Gai Joyo personally took action and killed their ancient king. Now, they had no saint-level battle strength. The Sea Clan swept through everything and advanced. In the end, they even split up and attacked. The 4 motherships moved side by side and swept through the Blood Moon race, Electric Violet race, and Green Ghoul race. Unfortunately, the former vicious clans were now being attacked by a group of ancient saint-level mechas and motherships. They were utterly defeated. Their blood dyed the ancestral ground red and their corpses piled up into mountains. This was simply a reincarnation. In the past, they were high and mighty, but now, after losing their ancient king, they became weak races that were bullied and slaughtered. The Sea Clan was full of satisfaction because their harvest was too abundant. The treasuries of the 10 great vicious clans were filled with rare minerals and many of them were legendary treasures. The ancestral items of these natives are too rare. It seems that we don't need to dig them up. Just opening their treasury will give us a pleasant surprise. After defeating several races, their confidence soared.
They believed that the natives' combat strength was low and nothing to fear.
Next, they didn't know whether to say that they were lucky or unlucky. The 4 motherships worked together and didn't attack the next ancient race. As a result, they avoided a true archaic king race. There were several ancient kings overseeing this place. They directly opened up a battlefield and jumped through space. They arrived at the mountain range where the Fire Qilin cave was and rushed into the emperor race's territory. This was a majestic ancient peak. Old medicines were everywhere, and immortal vines grew between the cliffs and stone peaks. There were also many strange birds and auspicious beasts. Immortal energy lingered about this place, making it seem like an immortal domain. This was especially the case at the center. Even though the mountain peak there was barren and flowing with fiery light, it was like the cave of a deity. Multicolored light shone in tens of thousands of auspicious colors. Ancient caves were everywhere. In particular, there was an immortal cave at the very center. Divine light surged and turned into fiery light, illuminating the heavens in a mysterious manner. Tao patterns flowed out strand after strand like water ripples. This really is a divine land. The Sea Clan was shocked. They had a premonition that there were peerless treasures buried here. If they could take it down, they would most likely obtain an unimaginable harvest. Something's wrong. Don't act blindly without thinking. Within a mothership, the Sea Clan's ancient saint suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he entered the northern region, he had always been seated, not taking action or speaking. However, at this time, he was roused awake. It was because at this moment, he felt a wave of terrifying Tao aura that made his entire body shiver. When he opened his heavenly eyes and gazed into the distance, his face immediately became snow white. How could it be like this? This ancient star has this type of existence. A deity was born here, and now, there is his undying aura. The Sea Clan saint's face was devoid of all color. He was terrified. Those who truly understood this place would all be like this. This wasn't something they could contend against at all. It was because unmatched great Tao symbols flickered vaguely. You absolutely cannot take action. However, when he woke up and spoke, it was already too late. The warships up ahead had already taken action, long flying towards the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave.
Who dares barge into my Fire Qilin Immortal Cave?
A shout sounded from within the mountain range. Several dozen people rushed into the sky, blocking their path. For ancient sacred mechas took action at the same time.
The blood-colored spears in their hands, as well as the black dragon blades that were dyed in blood, hacked through the several dozen experts in front of them.
How daring! The guards of the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave were shocked. Since ancient times, not a single person had dared to offend their dignity. This was the first time someone had come knocking on their door. Outside the mountain gate, more than 50 figures rushed into the sky in succession. Among them were 3 half-saints. Despite their powerful cultivation, they were only here to protect the gate. Within one of the ancient sacred war tools, the experts of the Sea Clan had a sinister smile on their faces. They had already adapted to this kind of battle and directly rushed over. A streak of bloody light flashed past. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave was hacked apart and died a violent death. He couldn't block their path. Kill! The other 3 ancient sacred war tools also displayed their might. They wielded sacred swords, bloody spears, and other weapons. They all unleashed their great Tao saint might and rushed over, slaughtering the other 2 half-saints and the 50 or so people. Have you eaten the gall of a deity? Are you tired of living? A dignified and furious roar rang out in the distance. It came from within an ancient cave as several hundred people rushed out.
One of the elders turned into a streak of fiery light and rushed over with great speed.
He easily smashed the 4 mechas flying and then tore one of them apart, grabbing the person inside in his hands. Blood splattered as he directly crushed the expert of the Sea Clan. Retreat! The saint of the Sea Clan shouted with an ugly expression. Not good. One of the half-saints among the captives said that this ancient star not only has an ancient saint, but also a great sage. There might even be a living quasi-emperor. Someone reported to the nobles of the Sea Clan from within a mothership. What? Set sail immediately and use a spatial jump to leave this place. At this moment, They sensed the aura rushing out of the Fire Qilin immortal cave. They knew that things were not good. A peerless existence was reviving. Boom. Everything was too late. Within this ancient mountain range, all kinds of great Tao runes flickered. They were densely packed and covered the entire sky. It was impossible to build a stargate. Especially at the center, the ancient caves were spewing out multicolored light as if a giant was reviving. The Fire Qilin immortal cave at the center was the most mysterious. In just a short moment, over 1,000 people rushed out from each ancient cave. All of them were furious. Even in the most terrifying era of the archaic era, no one dared to bully them like this. Today, there was actually someone wantonly massacring them in front of their mountain gate. This was a type of humiliation. "Ants die for me." The old ancestor king that came out first roared in anger. He displayed his peerless divine abilities and blasted apart the other 3 ancient mechas. He crushed them to death, turning them into a pile of broken bones and blood. The Sea clan was immediately stupefied. How could they suddenly encounter such a powerful person? "Charge out, leave this place." A giant roared. The Fire Qilin immortal cave had the strong aura of an ancient deity. There was also a peerless divine formation that locked down the void. There was no way to use a spatial jump, so all the battleships could only fly high into the sky. Ants that don't know the difference between life and death don't even think about leaving. That old ancestor king reached out a large hand that covered the sky. Large numbers of battleships exploded as if he was killing flies. It was incomparably terrifying. "Quickly retreat, I'll stop him." The Saint of the Sea clan took action. He was inside an ancient and mysterious mecha. His strength immediately rose to the Saint King realm and could crush a planet. Hong! He turned into a streak of lightning and rushed over, blocking the Fire Qilin cave's ancient king. He was heavily injured with a single punch, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. The Fire Qilin cave's ancient king was shocked. He didn't expect this ice-cold metal warbody to be a Saint King. He quickly retreated, destroying dozens of battleships with a single slap during this process. It was unknown how many cultivators of the Sea clan died. "You forced me to do this." The Saint of the Sea clan attacked with all his strength. He brandished the power of a Saint King and shot out beams of divine light that drowned out the heaven and earth. He directly shattered this ancient king and turned him into bloody light. "What? You killed an ancient saint of my race." The people of the Fire Qilin cave were shocked. Everything happened too quickly and they didn't have time to stop it. All of their eyes turned red. They were the masters of this land, the most powerful race. When had they ever been bullied to their doorstep like this? Moreover, an ancient king had been killed. It was simply like a fantasy story. "Don't let a single one go." An aged and furious roar sounded from within the ancient cave. It seemed to have come from the archaic era and shook many battleships until they directly exploded in the sky. A figure rushed over murderously and directly smashed into the Saint King's war tool, causing it to emit cracking sounds. This was a shriveled elder with Qilin flames flowing all over his body. He held a terrifying weapon in his hand. Hong! Another figure rushed into the sky. He was also extremely terrifying. When his palm descended, he actually directly smashed apart a mothership and turned it into fine powder. The Fire Qilin cave was furious and sent out a peerless expert. The glorious archaic imperial family was attacked right at their doorstep like this. This was simply a joke. Now, an ancient king had actually died. The race was furious to the extreme. Only by killing all of their enemies and letting their blood flow dry could they wash away their humiliation and resentment. Ah! A mournful cry rang out. The Saint of the Sea clan didn't last long before his ancient armor was shattered by the ancient king who was going all out. Then, he was almost tortured to death. His body shattered inch by inch, and his soul was extracted. Even if he wanted to die, it wouldn't be easy. He would have to endure endless torture. A mothership struggled free with difficulty and wanted to rush into the sky. However, a streak of immortal light flew out from the Fire Qilin cave and slashed it into ashes with a xiao sound. At the end of the distant horizon, Yi Fan and the others were astonished. Why was the Fire Qilin cave so angry that they even slashed out an extreme imperial weapon? Wasn't this the same as using a giant hammer to kill a mosquito? We came a step too late. The Sea clan will definitely be completely annihilated. Of all the people they could provoke, they specifically came to the Fire Qilin cave. Aren't they just courting death?
The sacred prince sighed. I hope they don't discover the secret of the evolutionary fluid. Otherwise they will come to fight with us.
This is a difficult competitor to provoke, said Yifan. Their harvest was great.
With killing Saint Qi Luo overseeing the situation, they had just successfully seized the evolutionary fluid from a noble king. It was precisely because of this that they were delayed and could only watch helplessly as the Sea clan went to their deaths.
Hurry up and go to the next place. Heaven bless the overflowing Net clan.
They definitely can't attack the Blood Phoenix Mountain. At this moment, Yifan began to pray for the people of the Eternal Lord Star. He didn't care about their life or death, but rather his heart ached for the evolutionary fluid and the mothership. The overflowing Net clan wasn't very lucky. On the way to the Blood Phoenix Mountain, they encountered a great ancient king clan. An intense battle unfolded, resulting in heavy casualties. Facing an illustrious undying king clan with an ancestral king overseeing it, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. Large amounts of mechas were destroyed. Of course, this ancient king clan also paid a high price. They were almost razed to the ground, and 2 ancestral kings died. Yifan and the others came just in time. They seized the most important mothership and successfully obtained the evolutionary fluid. They then disappeared into the horizon. I've received news that 2 great clans have gathered in Undying Mountain.
Let's hurry over. I hope we can make it in time.
At this moment, the outside of Undying Mountain was very strange. The people of the Chao clan and the Origin Demon Sea were confronting each other. They weren't willing to retreat and wanted to be the first to enter the mountain. Even though the spaceships they sent out had mysteriously crashed in the Black Mountain Range, they still weren't willing to retreat. This was because they had personally seen the immortal medicine of immortality, the Black Tortoise, also known as the 10,000-year medicine, appear here. Who knew that a headless knight had already appeared in Undying Mountain? He stood at the center of the mountain region and rode an ancient beast. He was like a revived deity.
Chapter 1179.
The northern region was in a state of chaos. Bloody light rushed into the heavens and murderous intent covered the sun.
It was a gloomy scene.
The ancient races were being attacked on a large scale.
This was the first time in many years.
Many ancestral lands of the ancient races had become battlefields. Spaceships appeared and various beams of light pierced through the clouds. Blood splashed everywhere and corpses piled up into mountains. Bitter battles were happening everywhere. There was not just one battlefield. The Blue Demon Race, Blood Moon Race, Green Ghost Race, Cloud Mist Race, and Silver Moon Race were destroyed one after another.
This shook the entire eastern wasteland.
Of course, the noble ships of the Eternal Lord Star also suffered heavy losses. The Swallow Cloud Race, Blue Sea Race, Unsetting Sun Race, and Overflowing Luo Race had all paid a heavy price.
What kind of power is this? Why do they dare to attack the ancient races?
Why does it seem like they came from beyond the heavens? They're a civilization from outside this region. They have a different kind of divine weapon. Their battle prowess is astonishing and cannot be underestimated.
A few extremely powerful ancient races were ambushed.
They were flustered and left behind piles of corpses. The ancestral lands of many great races were dyed red with blood. This battle shocked the world. The situation that had been peaceful for many years was suddenly broken. Many people couldn't adapt to this and couldn't accept it. Battlefield after battlefield opened up in different places at almost the same time. It was clear that this group of people who suddenly appeared had a clear purpose.
They're crazy. They're attacking the ancient races.
This group of experts is shockingly courageous. Their origins must be great. Even some of the archaic king clans have suffered greatly. This is a war that will not end until one side is wiped out. They will definitely not rest until one side is destroyed. The entire world was focused on the eastern wasteland. Everyone was discussing this incomparable battle. It had almost broken the balance of the races. Smoke and flames of war covered the land and the clouds of war were dense. All the great races were on guard. Many battlefields had been opened up. The 12 great races from the Eternal Lord Star were not ordinary. The motherships and the ancient saints' war tools worked together to kill the sun and moon. Yifan and the others changed their path and didn't immediately rush towards Undying Mountain. They were also paying attention to the other battlefields. When they heard that the Brahmin race was about to fall, they chased after them. In the beginning, the Brahmin race had a smooth journey.
They had wiped out several races. However, when they encountered the Herculean Bull Devil race, they suffered heavy losses. This was an illustrious royal race even in the archaic era. All of a sudden, several ancestral kings jumped out and defeated the Brahmin race. They could only flee. Almost all the powerhouses of this race had died in battle. Their ancient sacred meccas were destroyed, and their bodies were torn apart by an old demon bull king. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This was a fierce battle. The Brahmin race was almost completely annihilated. Even Fan Yuntong, an ancient saint with the Sage King armor, was chased by an old bull king. This is too terrifying. Motherf ****. Who can tell me why the natives here are so powerful? The few survivors of the Brahmin race felt a chill run down their spines as they fled for their lives. Clearly, they couldn't believe what had happened. At first, the battle went very smoothly. They swept through several races and obtained a large amount of rare resources. However, after entering the territory of the Ox Demon race, they immediately tasted the bitter taste of defeat. This group of beefy and over 3 meters tall monsters had several inches of ox hair draped over their bodies. They had a pair of large horns on their heads and possessed brute strength. They could continuously destroy their battleships. Looking at this group of barbaric bulls that were spewing white smoke from their nostrils, the experts of the Brahmin race were so regretful that their intestines turned green. This was simply a nightmare. There was simply no way to fight. Who said that this ancient planet is weak? These natives are all descendants of the demonic god. Damned Lantua race. The information they received was all bull****. They sent us to our deaths. Ancient Saint Fan Yuntong led a small group of direct descendants and fled for their lives. All the motherships had been sunk, and the battleships had been turned into scrap metal. They couldn't jump through space. Behind them, 3 old bulls were as large as mountains. They stared at them with their huge eyes. A single roar could shatter mountains and rivers, and even waterfalls would flow in reverse. They chased after them for millions of miles. 2F** King terrifying. The remaining direct descendants of the Brahmin race couldn't even speak fluently. They were intimidated by the divine might of the Herculean bull race. Swish! Killing Saint attacked and directly destroyed the small world that Fan Yuntong had created. Some of the powerhouses inside fell out. Swoosh! With a flash of 5-color divine light, Yi Fan rushed over and captured the king nobles of the race who had escaped alive. Brat, it's you. You actually came to this ancient planet? Someone shouted as he recognized him. Heh, this seat is from this place. It's time for me to play host. Yi Fan sneered. Ah! The people of the Brahmin race shouted loudly. They were so angry that their eyes were red. They knew that Yuan Zhang had suffered such a great loss because Yi Fan had planned and paid attention to him. You guys are tired of living. The sacred prince's golden hair shone brilliantly as if he was cast from gold. His battle prowess surged, and he alone could kill all the half-saints of the race. The Black Emperor advised, don't kill them. Capture them alive. This emperor wants to study the Starry Door and dismantle the motherships. Captives of this level will be of great use. The sacred prince's divine bravery was boundless. He swept his black iron cudgel across the enemies, causing them to spit out blood and fall down one after another. The 3 old ox kings chased to this place and were surprised to see the sacred prince. Then, they laughed honestly and continued to chase after the only one who had escaped, Fan Yuntong. It was obvious that Fan Yuntong wouldn't live for long. The 3 old ox kings had locked onto him, so his defeat was only a matter of time. Yi Fan's group successfully obtained the evolution fluid and rushed to the next battlefield. The north region was in chaos. The flames of war spread far and wide, and many ancient races were dragged into the battle against the motherships. There were many battlefields. It had to be said that some of the 12 royal races from the Eternal Lord planet were very powerful. For example, the Zhao race had swept through all the enemies without meeting a match. This was because they had a Saint King holding the line. He had entered a dazzling and terrifying mech and was invincible. He had already killed 2 Saint Kings. Moreover, they had a bad premonition. After stealing a large amount of resources and sweeping through the ancestral lands of some ancient royal races, they prepared to jump through space to escape this place. In this battle, blood flowed like rivers, and countless corpses fell densely. The north region was surrounded by a deathly aura. It was a terrifying scene. This really is a calamity. Where did these cultivators come from to wipe out a few ancient royal races? The entire world was gazing at the North region. Everyone was paying close attention. I heard that even the Fire Qilin cave was attacked. This is truly unprecedented. Moreover, a saint was killed. Now the clan is furious. The people of the Fire Qilin cave were indeed furious. They took the initiative to attack, searching for spaceships and imperial weapons. People of the Fire Cloud race. Are you tired of living? Of all people, why did you come to the Blood Phoenix Mountain? Yi Fan cursed. This meant that the race was going to be completely wiped out and they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. The Fire Cloud race had suffered heavy losses before because they encountered a powerful ancient royal race with a saint king overseeing it. They suffered heavy losses and barely managed to escape this calamity. They were extremely furious and disregarded everything. They used a forbidden power to sweep through the mountains and rivers and all living things. They killed their way forward and unknowingly turned the surrounding mountain ranges of the Blood Phoenix Mountain into ashes. Moreover, several hundred patrolling experts were turned into bloody mist, all of them dead. The Blood Phoenix Mountain was an ancient royal race, so how could they swallow this? From ancient times until now, no one had ever dared to provoke them. They took action with lightning speed and turned the entire race into ashes, leaving nothing behind. When the Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain took action, the North region surged with tens of thousands of streaks of chaotic light. The two great royal races were furious, and it was the same as piercing through the heavens. The entire North region was like boiling water, becoming completely chaotic. The ancient races said that there were over 10,000. Even though it was an exaggeration, there were still many of them. The people from the Eternal Lord Star only stirred up a few dozen races. Now, all of the northern region's king races received the news and moved out together. This was simply a disaster. The remaining motherships and warships immediately fell into a swamp of 10,000 races. Ancient race armies appeared everywhere, making the faces of the 12 races from the other side immediately turn snow white. They were completely stupefied. Fuck, the information was wrong. This is too ridiculous. Did we come to hell? Why are there demonic god descendants everywhere? How the fuck do we fight this? Lantua bastards, the demonic god should be killed 10,000 times. We have entered the kingdom of demons. Even if all the king races of the Eternal Lord Star descend together, we might not be able to conquer this place. I curse these demons. Within the spaceship, the experts from the Eternal Lord Star were all pale. They were all stunned. The expeditionary army continued to flee, and the spaceships were exploding. The death toll had long since become uncountable. The Zhao race had a saint king overseeing it. Originally, their battle results were plentiful, but they hesitated half a step and wanted to take over one more ancestral land. In the end, it was too late for regrets. That was because the two ancient royal races had taken action. An undying celestial light flew over and turned their saint king to ashes. Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain are stealing our business. Move quickly, don't let them deal with the two races outside Undying Mountain. Yi Fan and the others crossed the void and rushed towards Undying Mountain. They didn't dare to use the motherships now because the 10,000 ancient races were all furious. If they saw such a warship, they would all attack together. The aura of Undying Mountain was strange. Chao family and Mahist family from Origin Demon Ocean were all ashen. Dozens of warships that entered couldn't even make a bubble before exploding mysteriously. Even a mothership couldn't move even an inch after falling in. It seemed that if they wanted to escape, they would need tens to hundreds of years of deduction to find a way out. Damn it! Didn't they say that this ancient star wasn't powerful? Why do I feel like we've fallen into a demon's lair? Chao family's nobles roared. Who can tell me what's going on? One of our ancient ships fell in, but why can't we send out any signals? Mahist family from Origin Demon Ocean was similarly furious. That mothership had a powerhouse from the Mahist family, a son that the ancestor saint liked very much. Now that he had fallen in, it was hard for them to accept. Attack! Blast this place open. We can even destroy planets, so why should we be afraid of a mere black mountain? Mahist family's nobles gave the order. Several motherships rose into the air and aimed at Undying Mountain, releasing a blazing light. This kind of energy was enough to turn small planets into ashes, and now, it was all for the sake of breaking open the Tao patterns here.
Streaks of enormous light beams that were enough to destroy everything in the world shot towards Undying Mountain. The divine might was astonishing. What shocked Mahist family and Chao family was that the Dao marks within Undying Mountain appeared and turned all of the attacks into nothingness. They were completely useless. At the same time, a headless horseman appeared at the center of the Black Mountain. He brandished an iron spear and pierced forward. This was a disaster that could collapse the heavens and collapse the earth. Large amounts of ships turned into flying ashes and exploded together. Meanwhile, several motherships were also shattered one after another, unable to take a single blow. Both races had Saint Kings present. They took action together, but they all released miserable cries as their bodies exploded one after another, turning into bloody mists. The two races suffered disastrous losses. Almost 80% of their troops were wiped out in an instant. When Yi Fan and the others rushed over, they just happened to see this scene from the distance. Their bodies all turned cold as if they had fallen into an ice house. Of all the people they could provoke, they had to attack the life-forbidden region. This shouldn't be triggering the darkness chaos, right? Yi Fan's body went cold. Within Undying Mountain, a headless horseman slowly turned his body and just happened to face this direction. Even though he didn't have a head, there seemed to be a pair of ice-cold eyes shooting over. Chapter 1180. Black mountains were everywhere, and every one of them towered into the heavens. They were clustered together, forming the world's most terrifying danger zone, Undying Mountain. At the center of the great peaks, black mists curled in spirals. It was incomparably mysterious. Since ancient times, apart from the Void Emperor, not many people had entered. At this moment, a headless corpse was facing this direction. It made one's entire body go cold, and even their bones seemed to have been frozen. There was no need to doubt his power. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan had seen him. Back then, he had encountered him when he mistakenly entered Undying Mountain. This person protected the divine land at the center of Undying Mountain and didn't allow anyone to offend him. At the center of Undying Mountain, there were a total of 108 main peaks. The Black Mountains were like ink as they surrounded the secret land. It was incomparably terrifying. The headless knight was like a deity, making everyone's soul tremble. It was difficult to imagine his level. He actually smashed 2 Saint Kings into bloody mist. His mount is a stone horse. The sacred prince's golden eyes were like lightning. The headless knight wore black divine clothes that flowed with black light. It was full of texture. He was tall and valiant. He held a black golden spear in his hand and had a heaven-subduing appearance. Unfortunately, he didn't have a head. There was quite a bit of blood around his neck as if it had just been chopped off. What he was sitting on was a tall stone horse. It shook its head and wagged its tail. It raised its head and neighed. It was terrifyingly powerful. Its large stone hooves would shatter the void every time they descended. The stone horse is a saint spirit that hasn't reached the consummate level. It's unfathomable. One can well imagine this knight's battle prowess and difficulty. What exactly was at the center of Undying Mountain for such a terrifying existence to appear? He didn't have a head, yet he was still alive. This should only be a protector and not the master of Undying Mountain. He killed 2 Saint Kings with a single spear. The terror of the forbidden region can be seen, said the Black Emperor in a heavy voice. GZ was ordinary and silent. He didn't say a single word. His father had once fought here and exchanged blows with an unparalleled existence. The years were merciless. The Void Emperor had long since been buried in the dark cosmos, and his corpse's whereabouts were unknown. He's coming out. He's stepping on Black Peak. He's about to come out. Dong Fengyi raised his wolf-tooth club and shouted, "Quickly retreat!" Killing Saint Qi Luo's expression changed. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't fight and could only flee. The Black Emperor's formation platform had long been prepared, and this place was far enough from Undying Mountain. They had plenty of time to go far away. Let's jump through space and leave this demonic den. Chao family and Mo family's people were all alarmed, and they all cried out loudly. Just now, under the attack of that spear, less than 20% of them survived, and that was because they were far away. However, when the headless horseman charged over, the sky collapsed, and the battleships exploded like fireworks. They were all turned into dust by a powerful aura. What kind of monster is this? He hasn't even attacked us yet, but his aura is already unbearable. Death.
There were deaths everywhere. In the end, only the Chao family's mothership managed to escape. The other warships and the Mo family all fell, crashing here. The Headless Horseman didn't care. He didn't attack. He just released a powerful aura, which created such a terrifying scene. The surviving mothership of the Chao family didn't charge out very far before it was shaken out of the Stargate by a sharp killing intent. It wailed as it flew into the distance. The Headless Horseman didn't look too long. He stepped into the void like a flying immortal and entered a realm gate. He actually wanted to find the whereabouts of Yi Fan and the others. This emperor is uneasy. Why do I feel like a disaster is imminent? While crossing the sky, the Black Emperor's heart was pounding. I also have a premonition that a disaster is about to befall us. Yi Fan said solemnly. The Sacred Prince's expression was grave. He also had the same feeling. This kind of person's spiritual sense was the sharpest, and he could sense the arrival of a great disaster in advance. Quickly go to my Ji family, he's coming for me. He sensed the aura my father inherited from me. Ji Z, who was usually silent, said. Everyone's hearts tightened. They believed that this great disaster originated from Undying Mountain, and they were targeting them. In the mysterious void, they sensed the existence of the Headless Horseman. The stone horse leaped through the void and chased after him. Fortunately, the Black Emperor had grasped the ancient emperor's formation runes. His speed was extremely fast, and he entered the southern region in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the Ji family. The darkness chaos wouldn't have descended again, right? Everyone's expressions were ugly. More than 100,000 years ago, my father fought against Undying Mountain, suppressing the world. Even though he is no longer here, Ji family still has nothing to fear. Ji Z calmly said. Wang. Immediately afterwards, an ancient mirror flickered. It was simple and imposing, appearing out of nowhere. Primal chaos waterfalls poured down, the scene magnificent. Deity. This was the deity within the Void Emperor mirror reviving on its own. It emitted the imposing aura of an ancient emperor. At this moment, everyone in the southern region felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but kneel down. The great races were all shaken. The birds and beasts were all lying on the ground, wailing in grief. Chi! The Void Emperor mirror tore apart space, disappearing with a flash, crossing hundreds of millions of li as it rushed towards Undying Mountain. The unmatched might of an emperor covered heaven and earth. Even though it was moving through the void, this type of ancient emperor aura was still world-shattering. It overflowed, making many powerful races tremble in fear. What's going on? Yi Fan and the others were all stupefied. This ancient mirror revived on its own, not needing anyone to activate it. The deity within was just missing a great roar towards the heavens. It was as if the Void Emperor had reappeared. This is my father's weapon. It accompanied him in battle his entire life. It saw through the changes in Undying Mountain and fought in the Void Emperor's place. Moisture appeared in Ji Z's eyes. Hung Long. That Headless Horseman's reaction was fast, immediately turning the horse back, entering the Black Mountain. That stone horse that was about to become a holy spirit was trembling. It trampled through heaven and earth, laying between the 108 black peaks. The void mirror released a streak of immortal radiance, directly rushing into the center of Undying Mountain. It scattered down endless ancient radiance, making that place look extremely strange. Black mists curled upwards, making contact with that immortal radiance. There was no great explosion, no loud noise, only a type of light that seemed like ascension to immortality surged. After dying for so many years, the Void Emperor's will still hasn't disappeared. According to the agreement, Undying Mountain shouldn't have appeared in the world. It can be considered that we were rash. An ancient voice that didn't carry any emotional fluctuations sounded from the most mysterious black mist. The 108 black peaks rumbled and trembled together. Within a range of 1,000,000 li, everyone felt their blood run cold. They clearly heard this divine voice, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. It was rumored that the Void Emperor attacked the restricted region and reached an agreement with all sides. It was actually true. After being intimidated for more than 100,000 years, its power was still there, transmitted through the ancient mirror. Wang. Immortal radiance flickered. That ancient mirror disappeared, directly appearing in Ji family. The radiance was restrained, becoming simple and unadorned,
losing that majestic emperor energy. Void figures flickered about in the mirror, and the voice reappeared. Everything that happened just now was replayed through this ancient mirror. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi, and the others were all shocked. Ji Zi's eyes were sparkling. He silently turned around, carrying the ancient mirror into the depths of the family, disappearing from sight. Not good. The Black Emperor's expression was extremely ugly, full of worry. The appointed time was definitely about to arrive. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be when the path of immortality opened. On that day, the unmatched existence of the restricted region would definitely appear. Only heaven knew what would happen. The northern region was in chaos. Even though the motherships were about to be wiped out, the consequences of this disturbance were far from settled. Where did this power come from? They actually dared to move against the ancient races. Along the way, they were as easy as breaking dry weeds, wiping out no small number of great races. It was to the extent where a few archaic royal races' ancestral lands were flattened. Yi Fan and the others re-entered the northern region because he knew that there was still a race that hadn't been wiped out yet, and that was the Lantua clan. They went to Origin Ancient Mine, and he didn't know how they were doing right now. At this moment, the Lantua clan's faces were all green. They cursed inwardly, cursing who knew how many times they had cursed the southern fiend. Wasn't this clearly a trap? This is the world of devils, and the word weak will never be related to this place. We're finished. Ever since more than 20 warships fell into the absolute beginning forbidden region and a mothership exploded inside, they already had a bad premonition and urgently rose into the air. However, a mysterious fluctuation transmitted from the depths of the forbidden region. Their ships were shattered one after another silently, terrifying to the extreme. The Lantua clan's faces turned green. They couldn't care about anything else anymore, only wishing to carry out a spatial jump and leave this blasted place. However, the stargates couldn't be constructed, so there was no way to escape. They clenched their teeth, releasing the most ferocious attacks that were enough to destroy a star domain. Dazzling radiance landed on Origin Ancient Mine, but it was completely erased. This type of divine might was enough to blast apart an entire ancient star, but it was useless here. Pang! A person walked out from Origin Ancient Mine, as if the heavenly Tao transformed into human form, hazy and terrifying. His power connected the past, present, and future, as if an immortal had been reborn. The Lantua clan was completely stupefied. That wasn't a true creature, but rather one formed from Origin Lifestone. This was what they wanted the most. Many people swallowed their saliva. That body formed from Origin Lifestone released strand after strand of immortal splendor, imprisoning all of the motherships. Even if Dao Yen was alive in the past, he might not have dared to barge into Origin Ancient Mine. A cold and emotionless voice sounded from within the divine mine. Meanwhile, that Origin Lifestone body trembled, and radiance flourished, drowning over. The Lantua clan's people were scared out of their wits. Who was inside this Origin Ancient Mine? Dao Yen was an ancient deity of the eternal main star, rumored to have obtained the Dao 1 or 2 million years ago. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to be shocked. Wherever the radiance passed, all of the motherships and ancient divine war tools turned into flying ashes, completely obliterated. Even the Lantua clan's Saint King couldn't even release a grunt before turning into an expanse of bloody light on the spot, completely evaporating without leaving anything behind. At the same time, the Violet Cloud King family's ships above the nest of 10,000 dragons were completely pulverized by the purple waves released by the 10,000 Dragon Bell, turning into smoke and dust. At this point, the curtains fell on the great battle. All of the motherships were destroyed, and apart from a few ancient mechas that escaped, the 12 great king clans were almost completely wiped out. However, the storm couldn't be quelled. The 10,000 ancient races were furious, and they wanted nothing more than to turn the sky upside down. They even dared to attack the far ancient imperial family. Did these people eat God's gall and want to defy the heavens? Eternity, they came from a life star called Eternity, and they dared to attack us. These ants must be tired of living. The 10,000 ancient races roared. On that day, many radical and terrifying royal clans announced that they would definitely think of a way to attack Eternity Star region, killing until rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses flowed. As for who had the greatest harvest, it was undoubtedly Yi Fan's group. In this battle, they had seized 3 undamaged motherships, 5 ancient divine mechas, and the evolution fluids of the 5 great nobles. However, the Black Emperor was very anxious and said, "It's too urgent.
Once the path of immortalization opens, I think it will be the appointed time. Existences comparable to great emperors will appear. The day when the sky breaks is not far away." Chapter 1181. The war ended, but the storm continued. A life planet called Eternal became the focus of people's discussion. The ancient race was unwilling to accept this. They were attacked inexplicably and suffered many casualties. They wanted to retaliate. The strongest ancient royal races, as well as the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other lofty eternal races all captured some captives. They tortured and interrogated them, obtaining a lot of information. A nation that had given birth to gods attacked the Big Dipper star region in search of divine ores to refine the evolution fluid. This news caused a huge uproar. The noisy North region and the noisy ancient race attracted the attention of the whole world. The exploration of life planets outside the region and the great counterattack against Eternal caused heated discussions. In this war, some ancient kings of the ancient race had fallen. Their ancestral lands had been breached and looted clean. Some races had even been razed to the ground. How could they accept this? The ancient royal race was furious and wanted revenge. The whole world knew about it. The eternal Lord Star became the focus of people's attention. Ants, the light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon. You killed my clansmen and destroyed my ancestral lands. This enmity is irreconcilable. An ancient king roared, shaking the whole north region. People guessed that this was the anger of someone who was infinitely close to the great sage. Yi Fan was speechless. The eternal Lord Star regarded the natives here as uncivilized races, while the ancient kings of the Big Dipper star region regarded them as ants. They were really not much different. The outside world was in an uproar, and it was difficult to calm down. "Wow, it's so exciting!" The little baldy Hua Hua from the heavenly village shouted excitedly. He came down from a mothership, swaying as if he was drunk. The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue, feeling a lingering fear. He stumbled out and cursed, "I just went out to test the ship, but I'm like a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat me up. F***ck, I almost died outside." The heavenly village had seized 3 saint-level motherships. This was an astronomical amount of wealth. The big black dog, Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others naturally wanted to test the waters and see the performance of this ship. They performed a few spatial jumps. However, the eyes of the ancient race outside were completely bloodshot. The moment they discovered traces of them, an army of tens of thousands rushed up into the sky. It was as though they were heavenly soldiers and generals. There were even more than 10 ancient sages chasing after them. The Black Emperor and the others were chased until they were in a sorry state. Fortunately, they were already familiar with controlling the mothership and immediately used a spatial jump. Otherwise, they would have been skinned alive. The Sacred Prince was not interested in these battleships. He stared at an ancient sage mecha and fiddled with it for a long time. After learning how to use it from the captive, his eyes lit up and he entered the mecha, wanting to spar with Qi Luo. The heavenly village was bustling with activity. A group of people were all bustling about. Even Duan De eagerly ran over after receiving the news. He would definitely be there wherever there were treasures. The group of captives hung their heads dejectedly, all of them with sullen faces. Now that they had fallen into the hands of this group of people, they even had thoughts of dying. Is this the weak native that the Yao god spoke of? Stop joking. Don't you see? Even a little baldy in open-crotch pants is acting so sly. He blinks his big eyes and is trying to extort a confession from a Dao executioner. What kind of people are these? Every single one of them is powerful. That barbarian with a big stick is actually arm wrestling with their race's half-saint. Motherfastris Kerr. He is actually using 2 fingers. Too arrogant. Also, that dog has a square head and big ears. Its eyes are as big as copper bells, and it is like a small mountain. It is actually piloting the saint-level mothership like a human. What kind of place is this? Even a dog is so powerful and abnormal. The most ridiculous thing was that monkey. It almost tore apart the ancient sage's war tool. Just how powerful was its physical body? Motherfastris Kerr, it is just a monkey, yet it can tear apart a saint weapon barehandedly? The group of captives' faces turned deathly pale. They inwardly felt that this place was definitely the home of the devil. Otherwise, how could the little wimp, dog and monkey, these low-level creatures be so powerful? These people were about to cry. Seeing this group of powerful natives tormenting them, they even felt like dying. They regretted their past actions. They really shouldn't have come on this expedition. What kind of monsters are these? In the end, we have instead become their prey. Aren't they rushing to their deaths? The faces of this group of captives were all green, and their hearts were filled with worry. They wanted to cry, yet they couldn't. Even their intestines were green with regret. Now that they had been intimidated, they could only obediently teach them everything they knew. Otherwise, didn't they hear what that large black dog had said? They would all be thrown into a pot of oil and fried human flesh to go with wine. Not a single one of them would be left alive. Mist curled up in the distance. Between the small bridge and the flowing water, there were strange rocks and verdant trees. Yi Fan and the elders of the heavenly village were drinking tea and enjoying this rare tranquility.
Little Kay blinked her large eyes as she poured tea for them.
Then, she stood quietly at the side and listened to their conversation seriously. Yi Fan told Qi Luo and the others about his journey of trials.
He talked about the various mystical aspects of the eternal star domain, and he even emphasized the wonders of the strongest bloodline evolution fluid.
The killing saint nodded after listening for a long time. He expressed that he would support the Black Emperor in deciphering the mothership and researching the star door.
If they could reach that star domain, they might be able to obtain even more evolution fluid.
During this process, Yi Fan also understood what had happened in the past 2 years.
He was constantly paying attention to the problem of the path of immortalization because it was of great importance.
During these 2 years, the path of immortalization naturally hadn't opened yet, but the figures of sages from the outer realms kept appearing. Some terrifying people have come. Even the ancient races don't dare to offend them, the killing saint said. For example, not long ago, 2 ancient golden crows had flown over from beyond the heavens. Their magic power was overflowing, and dazzling fiery light streaked across the middle state. It was as if 2 suns had descended. It was said that these 2 ancient demonic sages were just scouting ahead. Behind them were their clansmen, and they came from an ancient planet with life called Huasang Country.
What?
Huasang Country? Yi Fan revealed an odd expression. The universe was boundless, and currently, there were only a few known sources of life. Huasang Country was definitely one of the most powerful ancient planets with life. When he returned to Earth, he had learned some of the truth. In ancient times, the sages of Huasang Country, Skirich Country, and Gaochen Country had gone there in search of the diagram of immortalization. And the Huasang Country planet was absolutely powerful beyond compare. The legend of Dei shooting the sun on Earth was related to them. In ancient times, 10 ancient golden crows of the saint level caused chaos and brought disaster to ancient China. The unrivaled expert Dei appeared out of nowhere and forged 9 arrows. He drew the bow in succession and shot the 9 golden crows to death. In the end, the old golden crow of the Huasang Country, who could look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crossed the starfield and arrived. He was a quasi-emperor, and in the end, he caused Dei to fall. These records and legends left a deep impression on Yi Fan. How could he not be amazed after hearing them today? This ancient hero of Dei had died many years ago, but his legends never ceased. Yi Fan took out the 2 black arrows he had brought from Earth and gently stroked them. He hoped that he wouldn't need to use them in the future. Otherwise, it would inevitably be a peerless massacre. The Huasang Country planet was truly terrifying. During these 2 years, the Big Dipper star region was very peaceful. There weren't many great battles, but undercurrents were surging. Even the heavenly laws and energies had undergone changes. They became increasingly mysterious and couldn't be deduced. During this period of time, apart from the Huasang Country, the other outer realm sages were all very mysterious. Even now, no one knew where they were and they rarely interacted with the natives. The Big Dipper star region is going to be chaotic. Only heaven knows what will happen in the future. The killer saint sighed. And now, the path of immortality had stirred the clouds in all directions. Everyone was paying attention to it. The ancient sages of various starfields had all come. It was very likely that it would become the most terrifying battlefield in the universe. The more he understood, the more anxious he felt. Yi Fan even felt a sense of anxiety, a bad premonition in his heart. The deities of the outer realm, the saints of all heavens, and the experts of various regions had come in droves. It was bound to be a grand meeting that was rarely seen throughout the ages. It could also be a terrifying storm. There isn't much time left. Not to mention the other life-forbidden zones, just the appearance of the supreme existence of the undying mountain is not something the human race can contend against, Yifan muttered to himself. One had to know that there were a total of 7 life-forbidden zones. Even if the races and factions were different, one could imagine that it would be an unprecedented disaster. Yifan's expression was firm as he said, "Cultivation and raising combat power are the most important things at present. Everything else is empty. Only by breaking through to the next realm and advancing in cultivation will we have a foothold in the future." The most powerful physique and bloodline evolution liquid was undoubtedly a divine medicine that could shorten the time needed to become a saint. This time, Yifan and the others seized a total of 5 portions of the evolution liquid. Moreover, they learned from some important captives how to refine this precious liquid. It was just that many of the divine ores couldn't be found in the Big Dipper. 5 portions of the evolution liquid, all close to the 4th level but not yet there. We can't waste them like this. Yifan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, the Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi, the Killer Saint, and the others sat together. They seriously studied the ancient deities' alchemy recipes, observed the evolution liquid, and discussed solemnly. 2 years ago, I seized the Destiny Rock from outside the Undying Mountain, right? That's the main material of divinity, and it's still very useful. Yifan said. The gray rock was carried over. The evolution liquid from back then had been used up, allowing Yitong, Huahua, and little K.'s unpolished gold and unpolished jade physiques to undergo an astonishing transformation. I still have a piece of the heart of the realm of death, but so far, there are only 2 main materials of divinity. We still need 2 more to extract the 4th level of the evolution liquid. Yifan took out a black stone. It was shrouded in the aura of death, but it contained an indescribable vitality and mighty power. The origin ancient mine contains a peerless main material of divinity, but there's a supreme existence hibernating and sleeping inside, so there's no way to extract it. Through the captives, they already knew how precious the origin lifestone was. Even a fingernail-sized piece was enough to make the people of the Eternal Lord planet go crazy. If we find the origin lifestone, even if we gather 4 main materials of divinity, we'll most likely be able to refine these 5 portions of evolution liquid into the 4th level of evolution liquid. After all, 100,000 years ago, it was the 8th level of precious liquid. Now, they all knew that this kind of evolution liquid was extremely important. It might be able to make the people here become saints, and shorten the cultivation time by several hundred years. I'll take a trip to Mount Meru and ask my uncle to see if he can find the origin lifestone, said the Sacred Prince. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang out from Mount Meru, spreading throughout the western desert. It was deafening. The victorious fighting Buddha was about to descend the mountain. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting is about to come into the world again. What? The victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru is coming to the Eastern Wasteland? The people of the Eastern Wasteland who were well informed all had different reactions when they heard this. However, there was one thing they all had in common, and that was fear. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha had killed the great sage Kuan-zhou and fought against several great ancient imperial clans alone. Even now, people were terrified. The Sacred Prince returned with shocking news. His entire body was covered in golden fur as he said, "My uncle wants to enter the origin ancient mine to ask for a piece of the origin lifestone." What, is this true? Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others were all dumbstruck. The Black Emperor's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was stupefied and couldn't say anything for a long time. Can you let your uncle bring me along? Only Duanda's skin was as thick as a city wall. Chapter 1182. Me too, me too. I want to go too. The little baldy flower blossom blinked his large eyes. He reached out a tender little arm, jumping and jumping. It was because he was only at the base of everyone's thighs, fearing that he would be overlooked. The group of people were all speechless. Who dared enter Origin Ancient Mine? Even the victorious fighting Buddha would most likely be risking his life this time. That was but a life-restricted region. Yi Tong hurriedly walked up and pulled him away. Senior brother, let go. I want to bravely enter Origin Ancient Mine and become an indomitable great hero. The little Baldy said valiantly and in high spirits. We'll talk about it when you don't wet your bed anymore. Yi Tong said. The group of people laughed loudly, all of them ridiculing him. The little Baldy immediately felt embarrassed. His age wasn't that young, but he would still wet his bed from time to time. This was an embarrassing matter he didn't want others to mention the most. "Senior brother, I'm going to stake it all against you." The little Baldy bared his fangs and brandished his claws. "Brother Emperor, is this true?" GZ frowned. He was also in Heaven Village.
If the most powerful evolutionary liquid was completed, he would be one of the first to use it, because with his aptitude, his fighting strength would soar to deal with future situations.
The sacred prince nodded seriously. However, there was a bit of worry in his eyes. Origin Ancient Mine. What kind of place was that? No matter how many people went, how many people died. Since ancient times, how many people dared to invade this place? This was a restricted land respected by all under the heavens. My uncle's lifespan doesn't have much left. He said that he wanted to take advantage of this time to do some things. When everyone heard the monkey's overcast words, they all shivered inwardly, feeling a bad premonition. The victorious fighting Buddha shouldn't be going to fall, right? Medicine King, Divine Marrow, Undying Medicine, and other things could extend one's life after taking them once, but after a second or third time, there wouldn't be much of an effect. Everything couldn't be repeated. During the archaic years, the old sacred emperors might shook the world, the four seas worshipping him. Apart from the immortal peach divine medicine, he naturally obtained a few other immortal treasures, previously granting them to his younger brother. There were some things that could extend one's life that the victorious fighting Buddha had already used before. That was why even if he could find some other things in this world, it would still be difficult to extend his lifespan. My uncle came out from the source of God more than 2,000 years ago. The most terrifying thing is that my clan's cultivation method is unyielding and overbearing, exhausting one's life essence the most. It is a life and death trial, the sacred prince said sadly. Back in the day, his father only lived for one lifetime, and something went wrong with his cultivation. Their clan's mysterious art shook the 9 heavens, but it was too tyrannical. It killed the enemy in a straightforward manner, but it was also a great loss to the body. My uncle's age is not lower than those of the same cultivation level. It can be said to be a miracle for him to be able to reach such a level of cultivation. Everyone nodded.
After all, this was the younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting. One had to know that the old Saint Emperor had already fallen. Even though the battling Buddha was the younger brother of the ancient God Emperor, and there was a gap of several thousand years between them, time was merciless, and he had lived for far too long.
Cough. This humble Taoist is serious. I wish to follow the victorious fighting Buddha into the Origin Ancient Mine.
To think that I, Duanda, have plundered all the great tombs of the past and the present, moving unhindered underground, sweeping away all obstacles, I really want to see if there are any other places that are worth my time.
The group of people rolled their eyes, looking down on this unscrupulous Taoist.
This was especially the case for the old assassins from Heaven Village.
No matter how they looked at him, they just couldn't bear to look at him, truly wishing they could give him a stab.
I will declare that the ancient tomb in the village was not plundered by me, but rather that little bastard little Baldy.
Duanda said with a guilty conscience.
Nonsense, it has nothing to do with me.
Hua Hua cried out in injustice.
At the same time, her large eyes fluttered about, staring at the treasure in the Taoist's hands.
Dang! Bell waves were like ripples as they spread through the northern region, unhurriedly spreading outwards. The victorious fighting Buddha arrived. A streak of Buddhist light turned into a golden arch bridge, piercing through the western region. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The ancient races were all greatly alarmed. This type of power made all of their bones go cold. All of them couldn't help but tremble. Even the archaic emperor race was no exception.
Back then, the victorious fighting Buddha proved his unmatched might. Not even the great emperor races daring to provoke him.
Could it be that he has broken through again? A golden arch bridge traversed over, turning a territory of millions and millions of miles into a single meter.
This is truly an extraordinary method. As expected of the holy ape that was praised as having divine skin and immortal bones in the archaic era.
It seems like his cultivation level has become even deeper. We must definitely not cross over that threshold. Among the archaic emperor race, there were many people who were fearful of him. What they didn't want to see the most was that he could still live for a long period of time. That would be like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. A few great sage, as well as the old patriarch of the archaic emperor race, knew that this bloodline's tyrannical technique was a huge problem. He sat on Mount Meru to cultivate precisely because he wanted to find a Buddhist technique to resolve this difficulty. The Golden Arch Bridge shone with immortal splendor. Many people came to pay their respects. The old holy ape made everyone feel extremely apprehensive, regardless of whether it was sincere or not. At the very least, they had to pay their respects on the surface. The sacred prince had come, and people like the Black Emperor and Duanda could only hide in the dark. Otherwise, they would be too hateful. Many ancient tribe members wanted nothing more than to eat the large black dog alive. As for Duanda, he wasn't any better. He had long established his business in the ancient tribe cemetery. Now, it was unknown how many ancient kings were thinking about him. The Golden Arch Bridge slowly faded away. The victorious fighting Buddha took a step forward and landed on the land of the northern region. He gazed at the desolate broken mountain in the distance and sighed. That was the old haunt of the battling sacred ape bloodline.
It had been destroyed in the archaic era when his elder brother passed away in meditation, and it was in a terrible state.
Now, no one dared to blaspheme it. Even though there were only 2 members of this bloodline now, they could still shake the world with their might. As long as the old monkey was still alive, this would be a peerless great race that could rival the various imperial tribes.
"Uncle!"
The sacred prince went up to greet him. The victorious fighting Buddha nodded. There were also a few golden arhats and guardian Vajra following behind him. One of them was naturally gifted. He was tall and burly, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. He looked like a giant golden ape. Some people silently cursed. Could this be the descendant left behind by the victorious fighting Buddha in the western desert? Of course, upon closer inspection, this could be completely ruled out. This was a pure human, but he was naturally gifted. He was a guardian Vajra of the Buddhist sect, and his strength was extraordinary. Yi Fan's gaze froze. This was Kai Da, the one who entered this world with him and Pang Bo. Later on, he was taken away by the Buddhist sect's holy monk to Mount Meru. Kai Da was Li Xiaoman's classmate. Many years had passed, and when they met again, things remained the same, but the people had changed. Yi Fan was disappointed and frustrated. Time had changed a lot. Li Xiaoman was beaten into the ancient abyss by him. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have already turned into dust. Many ancient races appeared, and they were incomparably reverent toward the victorious fighting Buddha. They didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Don't be fooled by the Buddha's radiance, and he seemed benevolent and peaceful. However, once this old sacred ape was angered, it would definitely overflow the heavens like a flood. Right now, many people were speculating how long the old monkey could live. Many people had a kind of worry in their hearts. This terrifying Dojan would definitely clear away all obstacles for his nephew before he passed away, so that no one would harm him. If that was the case, there would definitely be a great calamity. Blood would most likely rush into the ocean, and many giant races and experts might disappear from the great earth. Those who didn't get along with this race were all afraid during this period of time. They hoped that the old sacred ape would pass away, but they were also worried that he would use iron-blooded methods to slaughter his way through the world. "You've come." The divine silkworm princess appeared. Her expression was gentle, and her purple hair covered half of her immortal face. She was clear and auspicious, completely different from her powerful attitude in the past. She handed over an ancient command token to the victorious fighting Buddha. The patterns on it were dim without the slightest bit of luster. It looked ordinary and simple. "What?" "That's the command token left behind by the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor." A few archaic giants cried out in alarm. Even the great imperial clan's elders narrowed their eyes. This thing was extremely important, and it was normally impossible to see it. "I've heard that the Heavenly Prince went to Origin Ancient Mine with the Undying Emperor's command token. I don't know if he entered or not. Now, the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor's command token has also appeared. Could it be?" Everyone guessed, and their scalps went numb. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen. The divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor's command token was made of some unknown metal. It was dark purple in color, and after millions of years, apart from being dim, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Even time couldn't erase it. "My race also has it." The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head. "2 command tokens are better than 1. The divine Silkworm Princess didn't allow him to say anything else. She firmly stuffed the dark purple metal command token into his hand. This trip to Origin Ancient Mine was unpredictable. The divine silkworm princess didn't give him the ancient emperor's celestial robe because if he wanted to behave atrociously there, he would only be courting death. He could only rely on the ancient command token of his predecessor. If anything happens to me, help me take care of them. The victorious fighting Buddha secretly transmitted his voice. He glanced at the sacred prince, then at the arhats and guardian Vajra. This was what he had entrusted to her. The divine silkworm princess's eyes became misty. She really wanted to stop him, but she knew the old sacred ape's temper. Once he made a serious decision, she couldn't persuade him at all. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting wants to enter Origin Ancient Mine? This news spread throughout the northern region and eastern wilderness like an explosion. It couldn't be hidden at all because many people were watching the victorious fighting Buddha. Moreover, the people who were watching him were all of high status. Among them, there was no lack of the great sage. Even on normal days, there would always be people watching Mount Meru. Once he left the mountain, they would immediately know. This also showed that many large races were extremely afraid of him. They were afraid that he would be massacred by the sacred battle ape before he passed away. The victorious fighting Buddha wanted to enter Origin Ancient Mine. What exactly did he want to do? This was like a hurricane that swept through the world, affecting the nerves of every expert. Could it be that he wants to go in to find a way to prolong his life? Or does he want to use this immortal divine mind to break through his current realm and take that most crucial step? The hearts of the old clan leaders of the various primordial sovereign families surged. They gathered together to study it for a long time, but no one could calm down. The eyes of everyone in the world were once again focused on the forbidden land of eastern wilderness in the forbidden land of life, causing a huge uproar. Becoming an immortal and building one's Tao is a million autumns. The stars fall and the moon wither, the heart is filled with sorrow. 10,000 ancient emperors fall, the celestial court has already collapsed. Where can I go? Outside the absolute beginning forbidden land, Duanda walked with the victorious fighting Buddha while singing. Even the old sacred ape revealed a strange expression. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm princess, and the others all had strange expressions. This Taoist priest Duan actually wanted to go in. His courage was unbelievable. Duanda, have a safe journey. If you die a heroic death, I will burn a few pieces of paper for you every year, the Black Emperor said. The little baldy Huahua even shouted, Martial Uncle Duan, Uncle Black Emperor said that you haven't left behind the treasures you've plundered your entire life. Damn it, you evil little brat. Why are you so direct? This emperor is still thinking about how to express it tactfully. The Black Emperor gave him a slap.